It reminds me of what happened in 2007 with the New York Giants when Michael Strahan told Tom Coughlin, take the pads off. And he did that. And they rewarded him by being able to go on a championship run.
Wow.
Tom Coughlin was fire and brimstone. Players are going to be in pads every day of the week. Strahan told him to take the pads off. And then, oh, by the way, they won a championship, going on the road to win every single game.
One of these days, you'll actually give Nick Sirianni credit.
I did give him credit. He's done the hardest thing that a coach has to do, which is set the agenda for the team and get everybody to buy into it. That's the hardest thing for the coach to do.
Coming up, Cece's going to hand out some Books flowers next.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
National University honors those who have broken barriers and paved the way for future generations. If you're a parent and a professional, a dreamer and a doer, NU is here to support you. With flexible online classes and career-focused resources, you can earn your degree while balancing work, family, and everything in between. Empower your future today at nu.edu. That's nu.edu.
on 101 ESPN.
YouTube chat. They were waiting for us. 96 people
really
are in the YouTube chat, and they're a little perturbed because this looks like a real setup, and so much credit has to go to Doty.
Oh, thank you,
who
Doty.
is driven down from St. Louis and probably saved Jackson Burkett. Because, Jackson, let's be honest here, you would have had to have set all of this up, and while your skill set is vast, I don't know if this would have been something you would have been able to pull off Han Solo.
Zero chance. There have been absolutely no way I would have been. I mean, look how many wires and levers Doty's got going on over there.
He looks like he's at the NASA Command Center in Houston.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done well.
You could hit fewer levers and get a spaceship up to Mars and bring it back home safely.
Yeah, nobody is more thankful than me that Doty is here and helping us out because, yeah, I'd have no chance figuring all this out.
Uh-oh, Doug, they're not happy in the YouTube.
Oh, no.
I guess there wasn't audio, or there isn't audio? Chairman, what's going on?
You want me to sign the whole show?
I think
is there audio or is there not?
Yeah, I think we're all good to go now. I think the first couple seconds maybe there wasn't, but I got. I've got my YouTube feed pulled up. I'm hearing it loud and clear. I think we're good to go.
Okay. All right, then we're good. Yeah.
All right.
These people.
143 friends now already in the YouTube chat. 146, Martin. They just keep gathering around here. What a wonderful setup it is as we are at Cardinal Spring Training for the first time, TMA for the first time here since 2020, but it is our 16th year overall. And I think this is our best setup yet, combined with Doty's wonderful job here on the YouTube broadcast and the engineering, and then also the location.
$7 degrees to get up to 70.
At the Airbnb this morning, there's a beautiful Keurig machine, which makes pretty sure to make it, you just hit a button. That's it. Real simple. Jackson and I couldn't figure out the Keurig, and I may have to employ Doty later to figure out the Keurig. I had a flashback to Edmund's house on opening day when he had the most expensive-looking cappuccino espresso machine in his kitchen. And I said, Jim, I would love to have that. He goes, do you know how and then he sent the lovely Allison to get his coffee at Starbucks. So we're back to that.
You are welcome to get involved on the program. The text inbox is open. The YouTube chat is open. And the text number is 314-399-9646. That's 314-399-9646. You can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and become a friend of the Feather on TMA, which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. So throughout the course of the broadcast, we will have Cardinals stopping by. We will be here for all 5 days this week doing the program, which you can watch, whether it be live or on YouTube. Go back and watch it on YouTube, and you can stream it on the Schaefer Door Company TMA podcast. So that's how we let you watch the program, and you'll be able to see players getting some work in behind us too on YouTube. That's a unique setup as well.
It's all happening between the hedges.
Between the hedges. Mm-hmm. I feel like Doug is maybe at Del Boca Vista over here. He's starting to repeat his lines.
Mm-hmm.
What is?
I like that, between the hedges. It just has a really wonderful ring to it.
What is the lead? Because we're here at the old ball field. This team's about to get after it.
Jackson would say Missouri should have won on Saturday, and he'd like to lead with that.
No, it's not the lead. Now, I am frustrated by it, despondent even.
Despondent?
Still despondent, are you really?
I'm really, that's one you should have had.
Really?
Yeah, I know it's a top 10 team, but that one really hurt. Because just the first 25 minutes they played so poorly, and they could have really wrapped that one up.
Did you see the Buzz Williams education for the journalism students in his post-game press conference?
I saw he was running a rally for Ryan Show, which is pretty awesome.
And he asked them to write it down. He said, "Are you writing this down? Are you just typing?" He said, and he went through like how to conquer life for the young J students. I don't know what prompted it. You could find it fun with audio. The Buzz Williams, in addition to winning the game in heartbreaking fashion, gave some advice to the J students. Too bad you weren't there for them to take in. Little journalism advice from Buzz Williams.
My counsel would be switch majors. That's pretty instantaneous.
That'd be pretty quick.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
Switch majors and
go to law school.
Do so ASAP. You are Martin. People are saying that they can't hear you.
Oh no.
Oh, Martin was muted.
Well, I get.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm happy to go back to the Airbnb and just shut her down for a while. Now there'll be a couple of texters saying, best part of the show. Keep them potted down.
Oh, my goodness.
That's what happened. We jinxed it. We had the perfect game. You talked about it, Tim. You talked about the setup.
Yeah.
Best we've ever had, and boom, right out of the gate, we got an E.
Happens to the best of them. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, designairservice.com. That is Seth Goldcamp and his wonderful staff at Design Air. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. Seth is fourth generation, and Doug, Martin, and myself are all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling. If you run into any issues with your heating service, knowing that we're going to have some snow in the St. Louis area this coming week, just go to designairservice.com and work with Seth. He will take great care of you. His staff will take great care of you. All you have to do is go to designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA, Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The Baldwin Beer Bitch is active in the YouTube chat, and she says your guy's hot tub is the lead.
Oh, yeah.
Jackson's already been in it.
Yeah. Well, Doug wouldn't get in it with me, and that's what.
What's that about?
It really perturbed me, because I was in there. I was like a lobster in there, just kind of hanging out, and Doug wouldn't get in the hot tub with me. So it's just a solo hot tub is not the same. It's not as relaxing as with your buddy.
What were you doing in there? Were you drinking like a scotch?
Yeah, 4 fingers, and just kind of hanging out.
Well, we're in an Airbnb, and right next to us is I guess a small apartment connected to our house. And every now and then you can see who's in there peeking out of the windows at us. And so if I'm going to go into this hot tub naked as a jaybird,
right,
I don't want that neighbor looking out at me.
There's a connecting door in our Airbnb, and Doug's really wanted to bust open those locks.
I want to see what's going on in there.
It's a little disconcerting. There was a movie where Gary Busey lived in someone's attic, and they didn't know he was up there.
Oh, that's creepy.
And I kind of feel like we have that vibe going. Somebody's just right next door. But they're not part of the Airbnb. We think maybe they're the maintenance person.
I feel like I'm a couple bad turns away from looking like Gary Busey. Blonde hair.
Well, that's a good thought.
A
couple of bad turns away.
Get good and liquored up. He had some problems with that, didn't he?
I think he got in a motorcycle accident, and that's what's really messed him up.
We'll take your Gary
Busey thoughts.
Gary Busey,
You're welcome. The lead, of course, the Super Bowl and the Chiefs getting blown off the field. And I would think, what do you think? About 75% of St. Louisans are unhappy about that development. Would you say that's fair?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
At least.
I imagine most were rooting hard for the Chiefs.
I guarantee there were a lot of Chiefs watch parties around St. Louis, cheering on John Hamm, telling the Chiefs to get after it. But I think, 75 is probably a good number. I feel like if you're not on board with the Chiefs right now in St. Louis, you're a bit in the minority for sure. You can kind of feel it going around town.
Well, there have been some rough Super Bowl games to watch, some games that weren't very close, some bad Super Bowl games. This was right up there with them. It was really pretty rough the whole game. You could tell fairly soon that the Eagles were the dominant team, especially on defense. And so it really was kind of, as Super Bowl games go, it's pretty darn uninteresting, wasn't it? I thought it was.
Yeah, it was brutal.
I struggled to get through the end. I mean, I honestly thought about just going to bed in the third quarter. But I felt
Did
I had
I ruin it because
well,
me and my wife came over? Did I ruin it
we
for
had
you?
Kramer come by, the little at the place. Felt I had to labor through, watch the whole game. Yeah, brutal. And I mean, I think we were afraid. Most of us were afraid to pick against the Chiefs. I was, because I said they always win. Mahomes always finds a way. I was shocked that they could be just sort of dismantled like that.
You see, Mahomes had a quarterback rating of 11.4.
My goodness.
Tied for the second lowest ever at the Super Bowl. And that's on top of completing a couple late passes to put a cosmetic job up on the scoreboard.
That was cosmetic because that thing wasn't remotely as close as the score indicated, 40-32. And if you would have been told before the game that Saquon Barkley would run 25 times for 57 yards, I imagine you would have gone, okay, Chiefs are going to win this thing by a couple touchdowns. And instead, the Chiefs sold out to stop Barkley. Doesn't necessarily surprise me that that was the route they took, but because of a combination of all of the pressure from that Eagles defensive line and Mahomes' turnovers, in addition to Jalen Hurts having a great game, the Eagles blew the Chiefs off the field.
And the Chiefs couldn't run the ball at all either. Mahomes had 25 yards. Their running backs, Kareem Hunt had 9 yards rushing, and Pacheco had 7 yards rushing. They didn't even try to run the ball, really.
No. I feel like they might need to address that. Either a premier back or rethink their running attack, because it does seem like it's all on Mahomes. And you just watch that whole game, he's literally just running for his life. And he got the crap kicked out of him, too. And they had no answer. Yeah. And they show Spags they love the cutaway of Spags, but it was clear they just had no answer for what the Eagles just manhandling them. And it's why you don't wager. Would you have ever bet? You could have said the Chiefs would lose. I could have told you that Friday, and you'd say, sure. If I told you the Chiefs just got annihilated, what percentage would you have put on that?
Yeah, a lot. The Chiefs are favored to win the Super Bowl next year.
Oh, here we go.
Chiefs and
Power
Ravens.
rankings. Here we go. What are your power rankings
Chiefs
for
and Ravens.
25?
I want to see if there are power rankings for next year.
Oh, I guarantee.
How could the Eagles not be the favorite, as dominant a performance as that was?
Oh, I got way too early power rankings. Are they up on the ESPN?
Bills are up there. Get people talking.
Bills are number 2, Martin.
Okay.
Eagles won?
Eagles are, no, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, why would they be? They just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They're not number 1.
Yeah.
Chiefs again?
Yes, sir.
Son of a sack ass.
Lions 3, Eagles 4.
Eagles are 4th.
Yeah.
The
You
Chiefs
think
are
that'll
number
deflate
1.
their parade, Tim, knowing they're only 4th in the power rankings?
Whose power rankings are these?
ESPN's.
ESPN.
More specifically, NFL Nation.
John Hamm is a traitor. That's from the total package.
Agreed.
I was surprised they didn't have somebody from Kansas City doing the announcement. Bradley Cooper's an Eagles guy through and through.
And a Philly guy at that. They have so many options to pick of KC.
Paul Rudd was there.
Paul Rudd was there. You got Sudeikis. Rob Riggle's done stuff with the Fox. I know he's not as well known.
George Brett could have done something.
George Brett, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Stonestreet.
I wonder why Paul Rudd didn't do it.
Yeah, but maybe wasn't asked. Is John Hamm a bigger star than Paul Rudd? We'll take your calls.
That's an interesting debate.
Yeah. We'll get flooded with calls on that one.
But I think if you're a Kansas City fan, you might be saying, why is John Hamm doing this? Is he from St. Louis? And you know how they are sometimes about St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
That may have rubbed those folks the wrong way. But Sudeikis as Ted Lasso would have been kind of fun. Maybe that's too campy, but I don't think Riggle's a big enough name. Paul Rudd would have been good.
Yeah, Paul Rudd would have been the place,
yeah,
especially since he was
He's there at the game, unless he didn't want to do it.
I don't know if John Hamm was a Chiefs fan, even though he is a St. Louisan growing up. I don't know.
Maybe
he would have been a football Cardinal.
Taylor Swift could have done it. She was there, too.
Yeah. Ham's everywhere. He was at the NFL Honors on Thursday night. And how does that happen? Who at the league office says, what about John Hamm? He's from that, because it's Missouri's team. That must be the NFL. You think they're grooming us at the NFL?
I will say,
getting St. Louis people to buy into the Chiefs by using John Hamm as a vehicle.
I will say anytime they reference like Brady's first Super Bowl, they never say St. Louis Rams. They just say Rams.
Yeah, I noticed Burkhardt said that a couple times. The Rams.
Yeah, never says St. Louis.
You think John Hamm could have been one last middle finger from Clark Hunt to the city of St. Louis?
I'm feeling it.
Well,
the people in St. Louis who are Chiefs fans are true scum of the earth people on par with the Big Ten graduates from wherever who moved to Chicago for 3 years and become lifelong Cubs, Hawks fans. Worst of the worst humans. It was a pleasure to see them get demolished. That's from Tervis Parrish.
Tervis.
And he is passionate with that take in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
That's rough language there.
Does that happen with Big Ten? So someone goes to Purdue and then instantly becomes a Blackhawks fan?
Well, when you move to a city, you tend to get caught up in the whatever team's playing there.
Yeah, if you're a trader.
Well, it's just...
So if you move to Chicago, you become a Cub fan or a White Sox fan?
You could, yeah.
No shot.
I moved to Minnesota, and I became a Viking fan and a Minnesota North Star fan. And then I moved to Miami, and didn't take long to start rooting for the Dolphins. I still had my allegiance to St. Louis, too.
Doesn't sound like it.
You get caught up in the local culture.
Doug Vaughn, Vikings fan, turns his back on the Big Red.
No, I still love the Big Red.
I was one of 3 people at a party last night who weren't rooting for the Chiefs. It was so satisfying watching the Chiefs get stomped. Faith, character, core values, and team first. Suck it, Spags. Suck it, Clark Hunt. Suck it, Kelsey. Last night was the death of the St. Louis Chiefs. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but Jackson is not attracted to him.
That's correct.
Okay.
If you go to a Chiefs party and you're not a Chiefs fan and you live in St. Louis, are you actively rooting against them, or are you just kind of like quietly enjoying the victory?
I just kind of be quiet. I wouldn't even want to rub it in their face by any means.
I was telling you boys last night when I was over at your place that I need to get on the phone with my 7-year-old as he heads to school today to let him know to not taunt the Chiefs fans in his class because they taunt him because he is steadfast anti-Chiefs. He listened to my anecdote place in 2016 with Clark Hunt and carries that despite a bunch of other 7-year-olds who understandably love the Chiefs. They don't know anything about all that stuff. But I don't want him to start running his mouth at class today. So at approximately 7:50 St. Louis time, I'm going to get on the phone and give him a little counsel.
Let's do it live on the air. Can we go? He's the only 7-year-old in St. Louis yelling at kids at recess. What about the relocation committee?
Good on them.
We had Mara in our pocket. We had Kraft. What's wrong with you? They're like, we're in 2nd grade. We don't remember that.
No, good on them.
I am very proud of him.
Yeah, someone's got to educate these kids. Think it's okay to be a Chiefs fan.
Have you sat him down and schooled him on the?
I did.
Chiefs
I did.
bit?
I said 25 years ago. I remember it was at a Rams-Chiefs game at Arrowhead, and they were hoping that Kurt Warner or Marshall Faulk would get hurt because they hated St. Louis and the Rams so much. And Kurt Warner did actually hurt his hand. I think that injury played a role for years to come for him in St. Louis, as a matter of fact. And now, many St. Louisans are Chiefs fans. And hey, God bless them. To each their own. Doesn't impact me, but I will take care of my house.
But for the other 7-year-olds, who else you got to root for now? You haven't seen any other team. The Chiefs.
Battlehawks.
The Chiefs. You can do that during the spring. But the Chiefs are pumped into your home every Sunday for the whole life. It's the only team that's within 4 hours. Who else are you going to root for?
Nobody.
Oh, that's hard though. That means you're just not an NFL fan at all?
No, you can watch the games, just independent.
I think you start building out DraftKings teams.
Yeah.
And doing 3-game, 5-game parlays.
What grade is that?
That's usually 3rd grade.
Third. Yeah, game theory, 2nd grade.
Yeah,
and then
you learn about parlays because those are so positive VV.
Yeah. But Jackson, your age range is interesting to me because when you were in like high school, the Rams were awful.
Oh yeah.
So when they were really,
Jackson was a loyal fan of that.
Huge fan.
Even though they were terrible, because when you were really good, you were like what 4? I mean, 3, 4, 5. So you don't remember the greatest show on turf.
Right.
You wake up, you're a kid, you like the local team, but they're largely bad. You probably had a Kellen Clemens jersey.
No, I had a Greg Zerline jersey.
Greg Zerline jersey.
Uh-huh.
Greg the leg.
4. Yeah.
So you rooted for them, so then they
course.
leave, so you're
Yeah.
not open to any other fandom because your team
No,
left.
I've been scorned. How could I?
Okay.
Yeah, how could I?
So you will not switch to any other team along the way?
Never
What
would
if
do
your
that.
kid loves the Bengals? What are you going to do?
Maybe that's okay. That's okay. That would be fine. But like, that's the thing is like people are like, well, what if your kid like goes, well, then you tell your kid you're not allowed to be a Chiefs fan. Like it's
wow.
Like, but no, I'm saying like
What
if your
a
kids
tight household.
if your kids wanted to drink a 12-pack of Coca-Cola, you'd say no, it's not allowed. Same thing with the Chiefs. This is not my home. You want to live
This guy.
You want to live under this roof.
The great Santini over here.
Well, that's
Not in my home.
Well, that's why, like, when the Giants won the Super Bowl when I was a little kid, I was like, oh, I want to become a Giants fan. My dad's like, no, we're Rams fans, and that's that. It's like not an option.
Jeff Burkett, brother.
That's how it started.
That's how it works.
Oh, my God. What happened there?
Still, screp throat still.
Oh, do you really?
No, it's just the cough still kind of with me. And anytime I laugh, like anytime the whole plane ride with Doug, I was coughing up a
Are
storm.
you guys tickling each other or something?
No, we didn't even sit together. We were.
So what are you just making things up? What
Yeah,
are you,
I was.
pathological?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
So why were you laughing on the flight with Doug when he wasn't even close to you?
I wasn't there.
No, mostly laughing with Doug on the when we would drive around Florida because I would put the directions up on the screen and Doug would just bypass those directions for whatever he wants.
Well, I knew where I was going down here. I thought I did.
Yeah, it took us like 20 minutes to get to Publix.
Oh, well, that's overrated.
Yeah. Well, you can't turn left in Florida.
I wish I had live streamed the halftime show with Doug and Jackson both watching.
Oh, we were
Kendrick Lamar at the same time.
So my wife and I left the restaurant where I was trying to get to your guys' place in time because I wanted to watch Doug watching Kendrick Lamar. And so we were watching it out in your driveway on the phone. And so we walked right in right afterwards. Doug, you enjoyed the halftime show?
No, I didn't.
He would
but
say.
I understand it's a generational thing. It's a cultural thing. It's not geared towards senior citizens.
Jackson, did you enjoy it?
I did.
Okay.
Doug would say, "What is he saying? I don't understand what he's saying." And then Jackson would say, "Squabble up. What's the big deal? Squabble up."
You couldn't understand what he was saying anyway. It'd be impossible to understand what he was saying.
I mean, I know the songs. I listened to the songs before that performance, so I know what he's saying. And
you could listen to it 15 times and not know what he was saying.
I mean, you can. I don't know how else to explain it, but yes, you can understand the lyrics.
The one thing you said you did love was Serena Williams with the crip walk.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, that was.
I missed all that. No, not my thing. Not
for
my
you?
thing.
So she was just part of the dance crew, just
Yeah.
snuck her in there?
Yeah, she was up on like what looked like a podium, like a
She was
pillar.
on a podium?
Like a pillar. And she was, she was sea walking.
Mr. Lick says one of the best halftime shows ever.
No, of course. That makes you a tough and cool guy, too.
Yeah, it seems like it might be a little too early to say worst or best. Who knows? I don't know. I just enjoyed it. I like Kendrick. I like his music, and I enjoyed it.
How many F-bombs did he have to take out?
A lot.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I mean, not like us. There's a whole couple verses where you can't be. He has to edit out a ton.
And did he have to clean up any of the pedophile references
He
to
let
Drake?
the audience sing that part for him.
That's wonderful
was
halftime
anticipated.
entertainment. Let's dive into the pedophilia world for our halftime entertainment.
Doug,
It's perfect. Perfect.
Perfect world. Who's your halftime?
I don't know. Somebody with maybe a broader appeal to a
Tammy
wider
Wynette?
demographic. Tammy Wynette would have been fantastic. Roy Clark, if he were still
Roy
alive.
I feel like the cast of Hee Haw. Who was that lady who never took the tags off?
Minnie Pearl.
Minnie Pearl.
Yeah, Minnie Pearl.
Friend of the show, friend of the
Fabulous
skipper.
gal. Fabulous
I mean,
old
she
gal.
Really?
Minnie Pearl regretfully never made it to Jupiter. Swing by.
Kendrick Lamar has used more of the field during the halftime show than the Chiefs in the first half. That's from the
Oh,
St. Charles
true.
Illini.
That's a singer.
Remember in the third quarter, they said first time in Eagles territory.
That was
Just
unbelievable.
Stunning.
But
Well, at the
don't-
beginning of the game, we all said, "Oh wow, the Chiefs have a punter." You don't even see him.
Yeah.
Don't you like music that's got a melody to it and some words and something you can sing along
He
with?
played Luther with SZA. That's all melodic.
that?
I repeat that. Don't you like music that you
That
can,
was-
has
it's a
decent
melodic
melody?
song. That's a melodic
It's not
song.
singing. It's chanting. It's not singing.
Luther Vandross is in there, though. He's got a
Luther
beauty.
Vandross is good.
The ball is tipped, and there you
Well,
are.
that's a whole different genre there.
Yeah, but he should sample that, too.
SZA, everyone says, is from St. Louis. So I was excited. I asked Jackie, where did she go to high school? He said, well, she didn't really grow up in St. Louis, but she was born there.
Yeah, kind of like Kevin Nealon. Same
Yeah.
kind of deal.
But she represents St. Louis. She wore the Blues jersey on her last album cover.
You know Akon?
Yeah, also born in St. Louis.
But St. Louis, Senegal, or Africa.
Yeah, he grew up, I think, in Senegal. But yeah, he born in St. Louis.
Are you sure about
He was born in St. Louis.
Look it up.
Yeah, you gotta
Pretty
check your
confident in that. I don't think it was the other way around.
I think where you're raised is more like where you're from than where you were born.
Because you were born in, because you're a Beaker.
I was born in El Dorado, Kansas. I never in my life have I said, oh, I'm from El Dorado.
But you will say Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
I won't.
Nice. Without question, Kendrick Lamar was the worst halftime performance ever. Of course, Libby Jack liked it. Such garbage. Morgan Wallen would have been a far better, wider appealing artist. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I could have wrote that text before the show started.
Very good text. Very good text of the day.
Time passages.
Doug, you're so freaking old.
There you go. Look at that. That's dropped.
Chairman
KG.
Kurt.
Wow.
Chairman Kurt.
1,500 miles away, just bringing the heat.
Doug SZA sang. That's from caller Ellen.
A little bit. Yeah, well, it was just fantastic. The people that are hoodwinked by the rap stuff are the same people that like the WWE. They just go along with it and just tell themselves, this is really great. It isn't great. It's horrible.
He's taking out
crap.
wrestling and the rap
terrible.
industry
Larry
all
Nickel
in
doesn't know
one.
what hit him.
Hey, Doug,
I feel like they're
everybody's
different
tired of you
audiences.
bitching about your job.
Well, those drops sound like they're coming from like the roof up above us.
I agree, Doug. I was born in old country, but I don't go around telling folk I was born in old country. I just bow and walk away. Thanks. That's from Brian Henshin, who's monitoring the Colts power rankings.
Okay.
Oh, I'd say they'd be about 22nd, maybe.
I think that's where they are.
Jackson, where are
Were
the
you guys born in St. Louis? All you guys were actually
I was
born
born
here?
in San Francisco. And so when I was a kid, I liked the 49ers. They were also good.
Were you really born in San Francisco?
I was born in
I did not know that. Wow. For
So
how many
you're-
years do you live there?
Year and a half.
How about
Don't
that?
remember it well.
So you're a huge 49er fan.
When I was a kid in the Big Red, I liked the Big Red, but the 49ers had Montana
Sure,
and Rice. And I was like, oh,
absolutely.
wow, I'm from San Francisco. That's my team.
What were your parents doing there?
My dad was in med school, and then he had like a residency for a couple of years. My mom said she used to go to Golden Gate Park.
Is that
Really?
right?
Yeah, in the little stroller during the middle of the day.
Your dad's a doctor now.
He was a doctor, but he spent some time in San Francisco, and so I think my mom still likes the Niners a little bit just from having lived out there. It also helps when they're good.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Jackson, I respect your opinion, but listen to your elders. That's from the Pope.
Can I not have an opinion and respect my elders? Like I feel like I can do both. I don't have to.
It's hard
just,
to do both.
But I don't just have to agree with my elders. Like
Well,
I
you
can-
should.
Well, I respect their opinion and absorb the information and also have my own.
Yeah.
I have a fully formed brain. I'm allowed to have an opinion.
Okay,
Well,
gaslight
pretty
girl
much
boss
every
gatekeep.
generation. Most generations like music after their time.
Yeah,
so,
I get it. That's
yeah.
just part of the life cycle.
And
Someday I'll be complaining about it too.
Elvis had people riled up. Oh my God, this is horrendous. And then it was the Beatles. Oh, this is the worst thing
Right.
ever.
That's how it goes. I get it.
I thought the diss track was kind of silly, like, tough guys, like, I'll get you, I'm going to write a song about you. But then I was thinking about Leonard Skinner, maybe their biggest hit, Sweet Home Alabama, was a response to the Neil Young diss track.
Southern Man.
It has been kind of going on for a while, where artists kind of, I guess, snipe each other musically. So I'm walking back that take. I have no problem with the diss angle.
So Sweet Home Alabama was the first ever diss track?
No, there's probably others.
Sebastian Bach.
But I didn't realize.
Sebastian Bach?
Yeah.
Skid Row?
I'm going to look up
I
first
remember
ever
you.
diss
We would
track.
slow dance to that at St. Gabriel's.
Glowworm was a diss track.
Was it by the Mills Brothers?
did.
Wow.
Yeah.
I got it as the first hip hop was Roxanne's Revenge by Roxanne Shante
Yeah.
and Marley Marl.
What did you Google?
First ever diss track.
First ever diss track.
Too Many People by Paul McCartney was a diss track against John Lennon and Yoko Ono.
Is that right?
That's what Reddit says.
I got to tell you something. I'm learning things here.
Yeah, Paul McCartney's Sandler and kind of yelling over at Paul McCartney, and the fact that the baseball commissioner's there is kind of an afterthought. Like, oh yeah, Rob Manfred is right behind Adam Sandler as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live in Jupiter, Florida for Cardinal Spring Training. 236 people are in the YouTube chat watching it and talking it over. And you can join in for the festivities here on TMA. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and our spring training coverage on 101 ESPN is presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. We are live from Jupiter, Florida on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
The Morning After, broadcasting live from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN.
Brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One.
Welcome back. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel live from Jupiter, Florida for Cardinal Spring Training. And it's presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Roger D. Spring Training Magic presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One. And Doug is meeting with fans already during the commercial break.
Not a fan. I grew up across the street from that woman.
Right?
Yeah, small world.
What are the chances?
Yeah, they're in Kirkwood. She lived right across the street.
Pioneer
Hadn't
proud.
seen her in many years. Now she's one of the attendants down here, one of the guards, checking our credentials and wishing us well, asking if we need anything.
Jackson, what Cardinals have you seen so far making their way into the facilities here for today's festivities?
Haven't seen many. Clubhouse isn't open today, as I've been told, but I'm keeping an eye out for some folks so I can go try to flag them down and get them onto this program.
John Mozeliak walked in, Ali Marmol. Jeff Jones from the Belleville News-Democrat says Arenado is here. He said that he saw Nolan Arenado walk in. That's news to me.
Wow.
I asked somebody inside. They said they weren't sure, but Jeff Jones was here before we were here. Covers the Cardinals pretty much regularly. And when I ran into the break to the bathroom, he said, I didn't expect to see Arenado. Saw him this morning. And
how about that?
Unless he was messing with me, I think he was being serious.
Wow.
I suppose if he's not here when they check in tomorrow officially.
Well, no, I mean, the position guys don't have to be here till next week.
Right.
First full team workout is next Monday. So and they all show up early. But of course, the great debate that we had, and many did.
Wow.
I don't see
How
that
about
Jeff tweeted that.
Yeah, I was going to go to his Twitter feed. What's his Twitter handle? I'm on Ella Reese's.
For heaven's sake.
At JM Jones.
And he didn't tweet about it?
No.
How about that?
That's what he said. Unless I was getting played, seemed to be serious.
Get Jeff over here.
I suppose.
Tell me we need some clarification.
Yeah.
If Arenado didn't show up and the Cardinals failed to make a trade for him, that would make things even worse, wouldn't it? Because now you got to play for us. We got to start finding you if you're not here.
Yeah, but I mean, as Martin was saying, he doesn't have to be here for a week.
Well, you said he was in town for some golf outing?
Yeah, he was playing at a member guest a couple weeks ago, and I think he's a member at a local course. He's a big golfer, and I know he wants to have me show him how to compress the ball more effectively. So
that's why he's here.
So he might be here.
If you bring your clubs today, you could hit some right behind us here.
Yeah, I was going to just chip off the turf. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Jones from the Belleville News-Democrat. Jeff, this is
unless Jeff was messing with me.
I find this to be fascinating news if this is accurate. You saw Nolan Arenado?
Yeah, as I was pulling in, walking up to the gate here, in came Nolan with his glasses and his bag ready to go. So Nolan is here this morning. That's a surprise. I think it's a surprise.
Right.
I was checking your Twitter. Are you on Blue Sky now?
I'm doing.
Okay.
Sorry, Doug.
Come on.
Uh-oh. Here
Keep
we
it
go.
old school.
Whoever sits in this chair.
Is this you've been down here a few days, I'm guessing?
I got here yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got here just in time to watch the Super Bowl by myself in an Airbnb, as good spring tradition.
Yeah, fun times. I was wondering if this was the first day you'd seen him here, but
not so far. Yeah.
How about that?
What time would that have been?
Around about 7:45 or so. So it would have been right about there. He was on his way in. You all. I ran in, said hello to Doug, but Nolan was kind of on his way in here. So
I'll be darned.
Guess he'll join us at the picnic table in a matter of moments then.
Wow.
And I'll show him how to compress it, Doug. I'll show him how to compress it, and then he'll get a few tips.
Jeff, you cover the team regularly. Level of surprise walking in on this particular day?
Like 13 on a 1 to 10 scale.
Yeah.
My expectation was that he would that he would be here this weekend. He would report when he needed to report, but that otherwise he would be off campus somewhere doing his work where he needed to do it. But would not have anticipated seeing him here. And it's hard to blame him for that, right? I think we sort of all expect that there will be some clarity with rosters around the league this week as guys go on the 60-day, guys report, and maybe trainers get hands on them, and maybe things shake out a little bit. Maybe Alex Bregman starts to sweat a little bit, and things loosen up there. But yeah, I would not. I was just telling one of the security guys here, if you had told me on October 1st that I was going to see Nolan here on February 10th, I would have been stunned by that.
Yeah, I think we all would have been.
Yeah, I figured he would. If you have to show up, you do.
Sure.
But you wait as long as you can in hopes that something still might happen.
Right. And, I mean,
maybe he's grabbing his stuff, Tim. grabbing his items.
Yeah, I guess most of the places that you might expect that Nolan would end up are also spring training in Florida. So I suppose if he feels like he's coming down here anyway, if that's the Dodgers, or not the Dodgers, if that's the Red Sox, sorry, the Yankees, whoever, that's all here. But yeah, I fair to say that was that's going to be the big surprise of the morning, if not the week.
Yeah. Wow, how about that? And you guys just happened to run into each other during our commercial break with this little news and nugget.
Yeah, I was walking by Jeff, and he covers the team basically every day, and he's here on site. And he said, "Oh, I wasn't expecting to see Arenado." So when I mentioned that to Tim, then I thought for a second, was the tone kind of joking? Like, was he messing with me?
No.
And then did I take it to the air?
I'm giving you credit on the Twitter tweets right now, Jeff.
That's
yeah,
okay.
but you're not on the Twitter tweets anymore.
I mean, I'm still there. You got to go where the people are and post the links to the stories, I guess. But all the really good insight. I'm trying to do TikToks also this spring. That's not going to go well. But here's the thing. Like, nobody wants to see 12 seconds of a guy taking BP, right? But you have to shoot it because I'm here. I have to pretend like I'm doing something. So if I shoot like 8 guys in a row taking BP and then stitch it into one TikTok,
now that's journalism.
Still nobody's going to watch it, right? But that's journalism, right? That's video editing.
Do you have a hot take you could spit in 12 seconds?
No. I don't, off the top of my head, no.
You got the scoop, though, man.
I did.
I just saw him walking in. Did you say anything? Or anything?
No, I would. So, as you all are well aware, this gate up here, sometimes it's hard to find the key to the padlock that keeps the gate closed. In one hand, my bag with my bagel in the other. I was just sort of leaning against the gate, and I said, "I know that guy with the glasses." And he was here pretty early enough that he probably would not have had to see any of us had I not, wanted my bagel early this morning. He got here on time.
So Jeff's bagel led to an Arenado sighting.
It did.
That? That's journalism in 2025 right there.
Shout out! I don't no free spots, but shout out Bagel Boys on Military Trail down here. That's your spot.
That's a spot.
That's the
YOLO.
spot.
YOLO. Hey, Jackson, are you going to try to get Arenado on? What percentage are you giving that, Martin?
What's less than 0?
And Jeff, you won't write this on Twitter because you're trying to shake the olds.
Well,
shake the
You're
olds.
trying to keep this information out of the hands of seniors.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that what
right?
it is?
It's as much as possible.
Doug's on MySpace. I don't know.
Jeff is an awesome rider, a straight shooter, no BS. That's from Big Worm. You have fans
Big
in our
Worm,
Air
that's
Comfort
Big
Service
Worm.
text inbox.
I'm glad I can still text under the table while I'm sitting here.
You are texting.
Right.
You are Big Worm.
Wow.
Jeff Jones of the Belleville News Democrat with the scoop here in our 7 o'clock hour that Nolan Arenado is at Cardinals. And early, too.
Yeah, you would expect him to be here, obviously, if the deal hadn't gotten completed. I've been asked a couple times this winter, well, is he just not going to report? No, I mean, he was going to report. He was obviously always going to be here because, he's owed a whole big mountain of money, and so you tend to show up when those things happen. But I would not have expected him to be this.
I have bet a number of our listeners that he will not be with the Cardinals on opening day. How do you feel about my bet?
I think it's a very good bet.
Okay,
I
good.
think that
Doug, I'm still good.
Okay.
I think that Bregman's going to shake out eventually.
And that's going to be the domino.
Right. And it sure seems like he's just dying for Houston to do anything that looks like he can get a win out of it, right? That he's trying to figure that out. The fact that all that Altuve stuff got into the air suggests to me that they would probably be okay with that too, because otherwise why would you put it out that Altuve might play some left field? Because then when he doesn't, you spend the whole year with that kind of floating around in the background. So it seems like that probably is where it trends for Bregman to just go back. The other one, too, that stands out to me is the Nationals always have money for a Boris guy, it seems like, right? Now, maybe that's a little less true, I guess, since things have changed with the learners, but that would be the other one where I kind of wonder if Bregman is chasing the deal and not a fit, if that's maybe where it ends up.
Well, that's a sneaker. I haven't heard them mention.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of when you kind of look at how their infield shakes out, they don't really have an obvious candidate to play third for them. And it's certainly not on a Bregman level, right? And historically, when you look at that connection, at least between the agent and the franchise, and you know this as well as anybody, these guys like to go where they're comfortable. Like where spring is matters. It's the same complex, right? It's all the same stuff. He can keep his house down here. He can live his life basically the way he's been doing it. Minus, a lot of losing, playing with the Nats versus the Astros. But
you think there's any scenario where Arenado stays with the Cardinals?
There's probably some, sure, because I do believe them when they say that they're not eager to give him away, right? I don't think they're going to pick up 85% of the deal. I don't think they're going to, there is a limit to it. But I do think at this point, it just seems like it's best for everyone, right? Whether or not it's best for the Cardinals on the field, it's not. They're a better team with him than without him. But at this point, when you go through the winter, and this has been the messaging, and this has been what you're selling to the fan base, we're rebooting, we're shipping guys out, we're making these changes. If you can't do any of that, that's really tough. Like they have to sell tickets, right? They do have to do something. They have to have some sort of message that's coherent. And the other thing too that really stands out to me is I don't think they want this hanging around when Chaim Bloom takes over in the fall.
Yeah.
I think they want this to kind of be off the books and cleared and taken care of, and to be in a spot where Chaim kind of has an open chessboard to set it up the way he wants to set it up.
I just wonder if there's any scenario, as awkward as it might be, since the agent has said he needs to go somewhere where they've got the throttle down. In a sense, he wants to go where they want to win. That's all on the table. I still wonder if there's any scenario where they say, let's just get into the season. You play well. Your market goes way up at the deadline. You'll have more options than you have right now. And I know that's not the perfect scenario, but I wonder if there's even a chance that, hey, you play well, it's the trade deadline, we'll still be happy to unload you, and maybe more teams are in the mix.
I think that's possible. I think that's a real possibility. The challenge would be that his contract is complicated in such a way that it gives teams an out to sort of bail on these trade negotiations, right? It's not so complicated that they can't figure it out. These guys are all very good at their jobs, but it's not so simple as it's a one-year deal. It's expiring in the winter. It's just a little bit of cash, right? You're talking about the out years. You're talking about figuring out the deferrals and who's paying what and all of this stuff. So there is something, I think, to be said for that being a challenge in the middle of a season that makes that a little bit harder. But yeah, there's no reason that couldn't happen if certainly he starts the season with the Cardinals.
It's amazing how fast it fell. Third in the MVP. Later, you can't wait to get rid of him.
It's a couple of things, I think. I think, number one, environment kind of shifts after 22 when 23 is such a lost season and so hard on a lot of guys. You know, there's a night that sticks out for me in that 23 season, 2 or 3 days before the deadline. You all remember there were these reports out of L.A. that the Dodgers were considering making a move. They were all very strange. There was nothing.
But Arenado had agreed to be traded to the Dodgers, and it was a Dodger, and it wasn't even a Dodgers beat writer reporting. It was an LA Times writer.
Right.
And I think we had him on the balloon party, didn't we, Jack? Jorge Castillo, but he wasn't the Dodgers beat writer, but he had the scoop on that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as Nolan was going through that, there was a night where they lost. They lost a lot that year. He's walking out of the clubhouse, and Derek Gould and Katie Wu and I were standing waiting for Nolan, and as he left, I said, hey, can we talk? And he goes, we'll talk about the game. And I was like, yeah, that's not really. And he goes, I'm not doing it tonight. That's fine. So he went to go leave, and he got about halfway. So his locker's in that far corner of the clubhouse. He got about halfway to the player exit, and he stopped and turned on his heel and said, let's just do it. And he came back over and talked to Katie and Derek and I, you know, I want to be here. We're going to figure it out. We're trying to win, and did all the stuff, right? But that night stands out to me just as a point where it was like, it was clear that Nolan had already reached the breaking point in dealing with all of the nonsense that comes with that, right? And that was in the middle of the season. And so now
it comes with what? I'm sorry.
That comes with like the trade rumors and the deadline stuff, and having to sweat that out kind of, you know, in the run-up. With 3 days to go to the deadline, having to worry about being asked every night if he wants to go to the Dodgers, having to deal with reporting about him going to the Dodgers and all that. I think he just didn't want it in his background. He didn't want it in, you know, I don't think he's the kind of guy that wants that noise around him during the season. I think that he is so, like, monomaniacally focused on his game during the year that that's a really tough spot for him to be in with all that stuff going on behind him. So that, to me, Martin, to your earlier point, that to me is another reason why it's tough to do it during the season, just because I don't know that Nolan individually would respond to that all that well. I think it would be I think it's a tough situation for him to be in and for him to perform to his best with that going on.
I mean, not ideal for sure.
Yeah.
I just wonder if I'm the team and I have no place to send him, I say, listen, if you play well and it's a deadline, you'll have a bunch of suitors. I mean, again, not ideal. It is fascinating. I can't think of I mean, there have been spring training, you know, the La Russa-Ozzie thing was awkward, of course. Albert's contract a year. We had to talk all about it that spring. What's going to happen? Is this it? Is he going to walk? Did you get a deal done? But this is a little different where both sides are kind of on the record as, hey, I'm good leaving. Okay, we're good with you leaving. And yet they're still together.
Right.
It's about as weird
and
as
it's
it gets.
very unfamiliar for this team, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, unless I'm missing somebody, I say right because I'm checking myself. Can you recall a player wanting to get out of here?
Right, because we were using the Blues comps recently where they wanted to trade Torrey Krug. He said, I don't want to leave. Vladimir Tarasenko largely wanted to leave, and then they didn't get done. And Berube's like, too bad. You're on the team. But Cardinal-wise, somebody that's open to leaving, and they say, we'll help you get out of here? I can't think of a good comp.
Yeah, I mean, I think Marcelo Ozuna wanted to leave pretty much as soon as he got here, but other than that.
Boy, he would tear out of this parking lot. You guys ever see that? Holy crap.
I once heard that
drove Claibs up the wall.
I heard that for his second season, he investigated whether he would be able to commute from Miami to St. Louis, and he was told that he wasn't quite that rich.
Was that right? He's going coptering?
Yeah.
Jeff Jones with the scoop this morning. Belleville News Democrat joining us here on TMA. He saw Nolan Arenado reporting to camp and was here at approximately 7:45 Eastern, 6:45 back in St. Louis. And
now, we should point out he could show up today, check in, and then not come back for the rest of the week. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, he could be in lifting weights or
for
talking
sure.
to the trainers
and
or whatever.
Doesn't mean he's going to be on the field all week. There is that scenario, too.
But nonetheless, he is here at Roger Dean Stadium. Jeff, thank you so much. Great work on the story. And Jeff Jones sitting down with us here on TMA. You're welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 319-740-0101. Doug, you're a big Collier and Thompson guy.
Oh, sure I am. And you would be, too, if you needed something done to your home, because Collier and Thompson is always right there. They're your go-to source for every design consideration. You know, it's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who will back up their work. Well, you don't have to worry about trust with Collier and Thompson. They stand behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available for you in case there's any changes, in case you've got a problem somewhere. They're going to be right there for you. The team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they do. Their values are summed up by simply saying, doing the right thing. That's what they do. It may cost them a little extra time and dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. Maybe your house is looking a little bit tired, but you don't want to move. Interest rates are what they are. Housing prices are sky high. You want to stay where you are, but you really don't like your house. That's where Collier and Thompson really comes in handy, because they can turn your house into a showplace, give you exactly what you want. If it's a new kitchen, if it's a new master bathroom, if you want to redo the basement, finish the basement, they do it all. And they've got some carpenters and subcontractors that have been around since for years. The business has been around since the 1950s, and their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. These people just know how to get it done. They will do it right. They are the best in town. If you're looking to do anything at all to your home, Collier & Thompson should be your first call. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA, and we are live from Jupiter, Florida. It is presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One, the program on 101 ESPN, and 298 Friends of the Feather. 301 now, Jackson. 301. Watching on YouTube, you can watch the show, youtube.com/TMASTL. That's how you can watch the show here on TMA 101 ESPN. Jeff Jones, the Belleville News Democrat, reporting moments ago that Nolan Arenado is here at Cardinal Spring Training. And Jackson is going to have him sit down with us, I guess. And
gonna try.
He's going to spend an hour with us.
What's your pitch? What's your
what are you going to say? Because you've never done this in your career.
No, never done this.
The three of us are used to being talked down to by professional athletes to the point that we're numb to it. But this is it.
Yeah, this is new.
This is prom night.
Hey, Nolan. You want to hop on the air with us? 5-10 minutes at tops?
All right, let's start over. Okay. I did like the Hey Nolan.
How about Hey
Nado? Your friend.
Mr. Arenado?
I think.
Oh, Doug, you always like that.
No.
You always call guys Mr.
I don't know.
All right, well, walk me through it here, Coach.
Okay, I think Nolan is fine. Just, hey, Nolan, sound a little too...
I'm trying to be friendly.
First-year journalism. Hey, Nolan.
Well, I'm trying to be friendly. Okay. I think maybe pity might be a good
I think
here.
tones... I don't want you too excited. Nolan, how are you? I'm with 101 ESPN, and we've been coming here for years. Guys would love to have you on the show. You just...
Seems like that's a little much. I feel like I should just be 101. You mind hopping on for 5-10 minutes?
You lay it on.
How's your slide piece?
All right. Did I ask him that?
First question, how's your slide piece?
Right.
Miles Michaelis is making his way in right now. You going to get him on?
I'll go talk to him.
No. Right when somebody's walking.
Yeah, let's let him get set.
I guess I got to be careful. We're throwing out my nonsense.
I'm learning here.
I understand.
Let the boys settle in a little bit. Yeah. Maybe play some ping pong and drink some coffee.
Is there still a ping pong table?
I don't know that there is. There's Matthew Liberatore. So the players, this team's ready to get after it.
Doug, they look like they're in the best.
You know what? Everyone I've seen has been in the best shape of their lives.
Even Claves, where's he at? He's in the best shape. He was up tweeting late last
He was
night.
having a big night on the Twitter tweets.
He didn't enjoy that Super Bowl, did he? He wanted to watch Sanford and Son.
Or Alfred Hitchcock's
Or Alfred Hitchcock.
Birds. Let's see. Take it easy on my boy, young Burke. That's from Burke and Tim's matching gray Scullies, which we are not wearing
No,
today.
not today.
We are not wearing today. People are concerned about you, Martin, because you keep shading yourself with.
I made a terrible error in packing and leaving. I couldn't find my favorite pair of sunglasses. So I said, well, I'll get a pair when I get down there.
Yeah.
But I haven't done it yet. So I am getting blinded, much like the Pale does in the studio.
Yeah,
so
man, we're both mixed here, so
I'm shielding myself from the direct sunlight. I've got sunscreen, but I can't really see is more the issue. So when I want to read my notes, I may just have an umbrella later.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Well, we're approaching it anyway. And we're broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. You can watch the show on youtube.com/TMASTL. And if you're freezing in St. Louis, you get to see beautiful weather in Florida as we will be broadcasting from Jupiter all week long, courtesy of our sponsor of the spring training broadcast, and that's CarStar and Sumner One. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more of TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Studio Cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Eagles get in the way of the Chiefs and their efforts for a three-peat last night in Super Bowl 59, winning 40-22. The Chiefs will have to dust themselves off and try again next year. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Fish to Window North for 8 o'clock hour as we broadcast live from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal Spring Training here, presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. For those of you watching on YouTube, you can see the beautiful Florida weather. 307 Friends of the Feather gathered. But Doug called an audible here during the commercial break. Martin, who was being blinded by the sun, has switched with Jackson. And now Martin
the odds of the pale is the one who goes into the direct sunlight.
And Martin is now wearing a Cardinal hat to hold rights.
And engineer Dodie Roman brought him some sunglasses.
I have been fully equipped. I was trying not to wear a hat because I'm doing maybe some TV later. So trying to keep the hair coiffed. Can't do it. Got to go hat. Michael Whitty of the PR staff walks out. Says you're covering your face, you're getting blind. It brings me a Cardinal cap, so now I feel like I can't say anything negative. I think they're
that's holding rights.
I'm putting it on Instagram.
That's a balloon party.
Putting it on Instagram saying holding rights.
So Dodie has provided the sunglasses, Michael Whitty the hat, and Jackson's offered up his seat. I'm telling you, you will in that seat there, Tim. You're going to get cooked too. This is a.
I've been spraying myself down real nice like. Doug's been lotioning me up too.
Yeah, it's been nice.
Yeah, real nice.
You got nice hands, Doug.
Well, I've put the sunblock on myself. I haven't rubbed any of you boys down yet.
Clip that off. Thank you. That'll be a drops of the week. Thank God Chairman Kurt is doing the updates. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Jackson, this guy.
Fine by me. Not gonna catch me complaining.
Chairman Kurt, can you communicate with us back there?
Yeah, I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sounded good.
Yeah. How's it feel down there?
Nice, up to 72 degrees, supposed to get to 79.
Martin's hotter than the fires of hell, though. That's something that he's battling.
It was 20 this morning
here. It's about 30 degrees cooler over here.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
In the shade. Are you concerned that you now are going to get lit up?
Yeah, but I'll fight through that. I'm
taking one for the team.
I'll have to peel off this quarter zip, but I'll be all right. I'm a big boy.
Yeah, you are wearing a quarter zip. That's bold.
Well,
it was hotter than the fires of hell.
It was a little cooler this morning, but now I'll take it off here in the next break.
Watch out. Here comes Suckboy Tony. Oh.
Hey, Tim, cycling on. What did I miss? Any sexy time? I'm fish hooking Kai as we speak. How is your stay at the Ritz? That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
I forgot what fish hooking is.
Jackson?
I don't know if I can say that on live radio. You can say fish hooking, but explaining what it is exactly. It's a retrieval process.
Oh, what's he retrieving?
I'm going to let you use your imagination. It kind of looks like the sunblock.
Tim, can you get Doug to lather your scalp on YouTube? That's from Marsh's Burner.
Tim's got the spray.
Yeah, go spray.
It's the right move.
But I got two of them because I had a feeling we were going to go through them. And sweet mother. Rights holder. Martin's a rights holder. That's from Chunk of the Chuck.
Do I get a Slurpee?
You kind of look like a kid on his first ball game.
Do I need a glove?
I should have brought my glove.
With Dad.
It'd be bad if I'm asking players to come on the show and I have a glove in my left hand.
It's probably never been done before.
Sign here.
It's nice to finally be able to hear you guys when you're in Jupiter instead of it sounding like you're talking through a coffee can in a hurricane. That's from Jackson's lone wispy pube, who drove.
It's unbelievable.
And that's why the YouTube looks so good. The broadcast sounds so clear. This isn't something that we're used to, candidly.
No. And there's no wind. There's not a cloud in the sky. There's no rain or drizzle or anything. Because it's rough out here when it's raining. Remember, we've done a few shows inside in that hallway because the weather was so bad.
You have to just like move in there?
Yeah, move everything.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, the Cardinals love it.
Yeah, they really do.
Because you're not taking up all the space in there, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Martin, would you like to tell us about Auto Loan Pro?
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website you go to when you're in the market for a new car. Some folks have different stories, sometimes a little hiccup along the way. The best part about going to that website, AutoLoanPro.com, is you're also going to learn how credit works. There's a playbook right there. You scroll down the site, you'll see our buddy Robert Thomas, friend of the show. Big goal the other day from Robert. He's on the site, AutoLoanPro.com. Download the free playbook, and you will understand how the credit industry works. That means you're going to get a car with little to no money down. They're going to get you the best rate possible. They work with over 50 different lenders. There's one thing to know when you're financing a car: choose the Auto Loan Pro. AutoLoanPro.com. Make sure, download the playbook. You'll learn, in addition to getting yourself into a new vehicle. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family.
We have been joined by Jeff Jones of the Belleville News Democrat, and the reason because Jeff Jones saw Nolan Arenado walking into Cardinal camp at approximately 6:45 St. Louis time today, and that was something that he called on a scale of 1 to 10, as far as 10 being the biggest surprise, a 13, and I would agree. Stunned to hear that, and Jackson is working on his pitch to get him to sit down here as our first guest at the picnic table.
All right, I'm going to try it again.
Here you go, Martin.
Okay.
Hey, Nolan. I'm Jackson with 101 ESPN. Would you mind sitting down for 5 to 10 minutes with the guys anytime this week?
Martin, you feel better about that
I think it's better. We're getting warmer.
Okay.
You might want to write it down and just read the script.
Yeah, right out of the teleprompter.
I actually think the more pathetic you are, the better.
That's what I was saying.
chances.
Pity might help. Like if I really squeak up the voice. Hey, Nolan.
Yeah. Say, I'm here on a Make-A-Wish trip they allowed me to produce for one day
That's
only.
not a bad idea.
I hate to do that, but I think whatever it takes.
Honestly, when I'm in the sun, and it's really bad when I get a haircut, and I get a haircut and shave, like I truly look sickly, and so that might be the move.
To go tonight,
well, that's a
haircut.
I've done that before, where I'm in a hat and I just got a haircut and shaved, and my buddy posted a picture of us in black and white, and people thought I was sick.
Oh no,
gosh.
it's that bad.
No, I really look like
A simple haircut will turn you into a Make-A-Wish kid?
Well, because then it gets real short on the sides, and I put a hat on. People might think I'm bald up top. I don't know.
Oh, no.
And, of course, I'm not making light. It's a great organization.
Yes.
I was just trying to help Jackson.
Can I pay for a sunscreen reapply sponsorship? I'd love to see Doug rub down his hairy, manly chest. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. And, Doug, you played Native American ball with his father.
I played Indian ball.
Isn't that fun when a guy used to play ball with his son writes in that he wants to watch you rub down your hairy chest?
Didn't see it coming.
Do you have much hair on your chest?
I have none.
Crestwood Coyote. Carryover name, but we have a lot of new names. How many do you believe you entered? Jackson was busy doing secretarial work on Friday.
And you cut it off on Friday. That's it. And you won't be able to enter your name into the Air Comfort Service text inbox again until March 1st. Is that the deal? Is that your policy?
New names can come in at any time. Its name changes is only the first week.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
We have 922 contacts in the text inbox. So quest to 1,000.
So new names are always welcome. It's the changing of the name, which is sort of like a legal process. You go to the courthouse. It's arduous for you.
It's the first week of the month, so you have to wait till March. But if you haven't had a name saved in there, then you can obviously send that in, and I will do it for you.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, that has been clarified.
Read this
Ladies and gentlemen, the
dumbass
program's
text.
Morning After on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You are welcome to participate. 333 people, Doug, a set of threes.
Okay.
That's fun.
It's good times.
That is fun. Watching the program on YouTube and talking it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we are on 101 ESPN, the spring training coverage brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live in Jupiter, Florida. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and our spring training coverage presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Vision without contacts and glasses with LASIK surgery. Trust WashU Medicine's experts for this quick, affordable, life-changing procedure. Special pricing now through March 31st. Book your free consultation with WashU Medicine at lasik.washu.edu. 101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues forward Jake Neighbors. Get entered to win that Jake Neighbors signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
It's Morning After 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Spring training coverage live from Jupiter all week long from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And it's presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One. And we're joined in the 7 o'clock hour by Jeff Jones, the Belleville News Democrat, who earlier before the show started, saw Nolan Arenado making his way into the Cardinal training facilities. So a big surprise here on the first day for the Cardinals pitchers and catchers to report. We've been observing their way into the facilities. Who have we seen outside of Jeff Jones' report on Nolan Arenado?
Matthew Libator earlier. I just saw Victor Scott, who I think will be a friend of the show. I think you guys are going to like him. Vaughn, another guy I think will be fun to talk to. He's walked. You know, the pitchers and catchers have to arrive this week. Many of them are already here. Position players, I think, you know, Contreras was here over the weekend. Derek Gould did a piece on him, working with Jose Oquendo. So a lot of these guys show up early, but the position players don't have to show up till next Sunday. And the first team workout is next Monday. But a lot of folks, kind of rolling in. And I think if I was a player, wouldn't you get there? I mean, in all seriousness, wouldn't you just get there a couple days early? You don't want to be at the buzzer. Yeah. It's probably not a good sign. Right. Especially when the skipper was here and you show up at just the absolute last minute.
Well, what else are you doing, really? And where would you rather be other than a place like Jupiter, Florida?
And many of them live in Florida year-round anyway. Miles Michaels, we saw walking in. Jupiter native.
Yep. I think I saw Helsley. And he was kind of on the trade block, or at least we thought he might be over the winter.
Yeah, I thought they would trade him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wondered that too. He said that at the warm-up that he was wondering what was going to happen. But he's here, and I've got a Cardinal cap, Tim, so I think
you're holding right.
Our tone has changed dramatically. What was Joe's slogan? Sitting this one out? I disagree. They're sitting it in.
You now believe that this team...
all it took was a hat.
A hat that doesn't really fit me, but I appreciate the gesture. You guys said I look like Kent Tekulve?
Yeah, it was a kind of a high rider. Ladies and gentlemen, James Carlton is a loyal sponsor of this program. He is my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. And you can go online and see hundreds of 5-star reviews when you type his name in Google. This one just posted last week. We had a hail damage claim that got a little complicated since the home had an addition constructed while the hail damage was being repaired. James did a great job working with us in the State Farm Claims Group to get our compensation and to settle the claim. James also did a very impressive job of helping us adjust coverages we are carrying to better match our current situation. This saved us money and plugged a couple of gaps in coverage that we had. No surprise, I've been a James Carlton client for 6 years. I recommend you become one as well. There's a good chance your insurance went up year over year. Call 314-961-4800. You have nothing to lose in doing so and seeing if James can save you money. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. It's James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. Last night, Super Bowl getting negative reviews across the board. The game. You liked K-Dot. Doug did not.
Yeah.
And then also the broadcast. Martin, you were making that observation while we were watching the game last night. Andrew Marchand writing in The Athletic. In becoming the most successful quarterback in NFL history, Tom Brady walked to the line of scrimmage with the answers to the test, as if his mind were working in 4D. He knew the defense's plan, as well as his opponents, His lightning-quick processing resulted in 7 rings and the title the greatest NFL quarterback of all time. As a $375 million NFL game analyst, Brady has a ways to go if his words are going to lead Fox Sports championship coverage instead of just being a part of it. His presence might have made Super Bowl 59 broadcast feel bigger, but it wasn't by anything that he said. An overall negative review of Tom Brady's first Super Bowl broadcast.
Yeah, when you guys came by, I was saying he sounds unsure of himself. Even when he makes a point, it sounds crazy to think that he played in that game so many times, but maybe he was a little nervous knowing everyone's looking at him differently now as a broadcaster. I think it's a fair take that his presence does make it feel bigger, but I don't know that him being in the booth makes the game any better, and maybe that can change. I saw another review said he was just fine, but he's not paid to be just fine. I think Fox hired him because he's a superstar, but is he a superstar broadcaster? There's just little things that, on the TV, you just talk, and when they would do a cutaway of Mahomes on the sides, there you see a shot of Patrick Mahomes, which is what
You're looking for more than that.
Yeah, a newer analyst wouldn't reference it. You would just make your point. So I think the critique of him is fair. I mean, he's making $375 million, but I know he'll work hard to be as good as he can be. Maybe it's just not there. I mean, right. Joe Montana was the biggest name going when NBC hired him, and he just wasn't very interesting. And
some of them just don't have big personalities. Great quarterbacks, but doesn't necessarily mean they've got a big, engaging personality that people want to hear from.
Yeah, and Jackson said it last night. A little bit of it is Brady's voice is not overly strong or loud or booming. Like you hear Troy Aikman, he just feels like a guy at the bar who's going to tell you what the hell is going on, and you're going to just sit there and listen and take it all in. Mm-hmm. He just kind of has a command when I hear him talking, and you don't get that from Brady.
This in the critique on The Athletic. Brady routinely called Mahomes Patrick on the broadcast, which is a subtle difference between being a commentator and a contemporary. Brady kept talking about watching Patrick's feet as the Eagles' defensive line harassed him. Any fan could see that Patrick was running for his life. We needed Tom to tell us, how do you combat that as one of the greatest quarterbacks ever? Andrew Marchand, critical of Brady's performance last night.
Well, getting a $375 million contract for what he's doing might be the most ridiculous contract in all of sports. Because people would have watched that game regardless of who the analyst was. I don't think people said, I wasn't going to watch the Super Bowl, but because Tom Brady's on there, I'm watching it now. I just can't imagine that contract is going to pay off well.
I think they said at the time they were going to use him for other events and use him to kind of prop everything up. I mean, he was at the UFL Championship, which I'm sure he was really excited about, St. Louis. It was crazy to see him and Kurt Warner standing there midfield at the Dome.
That's who should be doing the job, is Kurt Warner. If you've never heard him on the radio, he is outstanding. I know I'm a bit of a homer there, but he is far better than Tom Brady as an analyst. Kurt Warner's fantastic at it.
The crazy thing about the Brady deal, it was in the wake of Joe Buck and Aikman going to ESPN. And the theory was Fox is just going to get out of this game where you're paying these announcers just crazy money. Do they really think, it was like the arms race. Tony Romo got $18 million. So then Aikman had to get $19 million, and Fox just kind of said, you know what, Burkhart's great. We can pay him $5 million. He's great. We need to do this. And that was sort of the industry belief, is they're just bringing salaries back under control. And then they turned around and gave Tom Brady $375 million.
Now, if we were to get that kind of contract here, it would be understandable.
How do you know we didn't?
But when you're only on once a week, I don't know. You can justify paying us $375 million.
I agree with that.
Because we change lives.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what we do. We change lives.
Bigger than the stories we cover.
And we're so helpless, we need people to bring us hats so we can get through our broadcast.
They felt sorry for That's the second time in my career a Cardinal employee has handed me a hat out of pity. John Mozeliak, one year, we had our satellite truck parked over here, and we were editing, and he bangs on the truck door. And I opened the door, he said, your hat earlier was pathetic. And he threw a spring training hat at me that was brand new. So I said, that's how you get Jackson, your hat is way too nice. TMA hat.
That is a nice lid. TMASTLshop.com is where you can get Jackson's lid.
You'll see me in it all week.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Tim's wife is complaining she didn't get a sweatshirt that she wanted.
Yeah, very unfortunate comment last night.
Kind of awkward. Your marital tension spilled into our Super Bowl party.
Yeah, it was. You didn't like me bringing an Italian over as a mech. That was a little problematic.
She kept cheering every time we saw Big Dom. Pro Italy.
That was a stereotype come to life.
And then on the back of his hat,
guy, right?
Yeah, and on the back of his hat, he has the Italian flag.
flag.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
But she said, I really wanted one of those Chiefs, anyone but the Chiefs sweatshirt, but nobody gave me one. I'm like, no. Direct shot.
Yeah, TMASTLchef.com. That's where I told her to go. You're just like everybody else, sister.
Yeah, get in line.
Get online and buy it.
When they thanked Rupert Murdoch during the game, I threw up in my mouth. That's from Mr. Licks. He did not podcast because of that.
They thanked Rupert Murdoch?
I didn't catch that if that did happen.
Tom did get a zinger in on Kevin Hart. They showed Kevin Hart, and he said, oh, how could the cameras even find him? And I was waiting for Burkhardt or somebody to chime in, like, oh, okay, it was a height joke. And he said, had to get him back for that roast back in May. So he got him. Large Newt Bar, Pedro Paz entered the building. Tim likes the running play-by-play.
I do like it.
Who has arrived.
I do like it. And the scribes are gathering right now.
I wonder if they're milling about.
They're milling about, Doug. There's a little buzz amongst the scribes. Oh. What do you think's going to happen, Jackson?
It looks like they're being taken somewhere.
Is there media access? Should I go with my phone and record some audio?
I think Ollie's might talk.
You think?
Well, that's what they told us yesterday. They thought Ollie would talk.
He would talk right over here. I know people who are watching and, of course, listening don't know, but to our left.
I think Tuno's just escorted them all out of the building.
To get out of here
That's
because
enough.
they say, now, this is TMA exclusive property, the boys.
You guys are too close to the broadcast.
Yeah. There's really nothing else to cover after we get done with it.
I would say Venture Jackson should go with them.
Should I?
A camera and audio. Do you think, Tim?
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do.
Follow in, and if Tuna says, who are you, you tell them who you are.
For the record,
sheepishly.
For those who will be listening to us throughout the course of the week, whether you're streaming it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast or watching on YouTube, the Cardinals have requested that we do not carry the press conferences in the morning live, just on the off chance that something is said, and we respect that, and that's their request. So
we also didn't have Plowsy's 50-foot cable.
I know the Plowhawk producer Joe. Who else?
All the greats.
Iggy did question of the day. I'm trying to think who else. Doug, can you think anybody else who did question? Did Roderick do it with his big supple C cups?
Oh. They wouldn't talk to him because his boobs were too big?
Yeah, these guys would tear me up.
Oh, gosh.
Plowhawk right there.
Yeah, I think that's about the size of it. That's who we've had as man-on-the-scene reporters. Now Jackson's taking the mantle.
So the game, the broadcast, did the commercials get mostly skewed? They've just been dumb for a while. I don't think it's even, it's not even relevant now to say, oh, they're stupid. I don't get them. They're all weird. Animals, celebrities.
They had a lot of people they brought back, like Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal with the remake of When Harry Met Sally. That was a theme throughout the course. I watched the first half at the Brass Ring, where I recommend Wingy Wingy if you are in the Jupiter, Florida area. And then I joined you boys in the second half, but at the bar. Wasn't able to hear the commercials. Did you guys like the commercials? Anything stand out?
Nothing really stood out at all to me. There was a big celebrity each one, but I didn't see anything that was really funny or touching or nothing that I could put my finger on and say, boy, that was really, really good.
What about the one with Seal?
It's kind of creepy, I thought.
You don't like a good centaur?
No.
It did freak you out a little bit.
Yeah. I think they almost try too hard.
Yes.
They almost go overboard so much that it's just kind of ridiculous.
You need an alien to come to steal your Doritos. Tim, could I pitch you on that in the marketing meeting?
I did see that one.
I saw Doritos tweet out, we won the night. I'm like, self-appointed maybe. Jackson liked the one, because there's two themes, either really weird and wacky or overly sentimental. And the one that was for Google Pics, it was the dad kind of remembering over the years, his daughter, his kids. And Jackson was moved by that, I believe.
Is that right? As a guy without kids?
Yeah.
The only guy on the dais without kids?
He enjoyed that. But
wow.
I think that's one of the two themes. You either go overly sentimental and show, the little girl when she's just growing up, and then they get older, and it's wedding day, and dad's crying, and then you find out it's an ad for Snickers. And you're like, what? You never quite understand who the ad is for.
Per USA Today, they do their ad meter for the Super Bowl commercials. And they say the best spot, per their ad meter, the Clydesdales from Budweiser.
Wow, good for AB.
They had the young Clydesdale roll the keg with his nose to a bar that didn't get a delivery or something.
It marks a return to the winner's circle for Budweiser, which claimed its first ad meter title in 1999, yet hadn't reached the #1 spot in 10 years. And it was a banner year overall for Anheuser-Busch, which led all alcohol products by purchasing 3.5 minutes of advertising time at around $7 million per 30 seconds, and saw a payoff in viewers' approval. Budweiser edged Lay's The Little Farmer, which finished second on the strength of an authentic backstory of potatoes sourced to domestic farms. That was the second place one. Michelob Ultra placed third with its Ultra Hustle spot featuring Willem Dafoe and Catherine O'Hara as advanced age pickleball paragons. And then Stella Artois with David Beckham and Matt Damon in a separated at birth saga finished fourth.
And I noticed for Bud Light, they went Tough Guy Bros. I did see that. I forget who the guys were in.
Shane Gillis was in there. Yeah. Post Malone was in there.
Complete switch off from what got him in so much controversy a few years ago.
My guy, Bob Lackey, worked for Anheuser-Busch for years, and their job, as dictated by the Busch family, was to win the Super Bowl. And so they had all this pressure, and they invented the frogs, the lizards, all of those things. But he said, basically, every year, if you didn't, in the morning, find out you were #1 in the ad meter, August, I guess that would have been the 3rd, maybe? But it was a big, big deal. They'd spent a ton of money, and it was a lot of pressure. And so AB back on top. There were two that were similar. It was the eyebrows of Eugene Levy went flying away for Little Caesars, and then the Pringles had the flying mustache. And apparently they were just independently done, and so they're both now tweeting at each other saying maybe we should join up. So we've got a flying mustache and flying eyebrows. But if it's the same ad agency, I'm going, can we get our money back? You kind of gave them the same theme. There was the Jeep commercial late with Harrison Ford.
And they bought up the whole break, I think.
Oh, my God. It was about a 3-minute mini movie.
I mean, that would mean it was approximately a $30 million spend.
Right.
Yeah.
If each 30 seconds costs $7 million.
He kind of had a Yellowstone vibe. He was in a cabin up in, looked like a Montana.
And we were watching the game over at your guys' place, and Jackson couldn't stop talking about how into Harrison Ford he was, which Doug
for heaven's sakes,
reconvenes Jackson's fascination with older men. You may remember his ranking of the hottest NHL coaches about a year ago on Balloon Party, and Lindy Ruff was ranked second on Jackson's.
Yeah, behind Brenda Moore.
Yeah, kind of weird, kind of odd.
I don't know.
Kind of strange.
I love Harrison Ford. You know, he's a carpenter before he ever became a movie star. So I like a man who works
That's
with
why
his
you
hands.
liked him?
Well, you know,
why is it relevance? I'm
measure
sorry, Your Honor. Relevance?
Something about a guy who can work with his hands.
Oh, everyday man kind of?
Like he's Han Solo one day, and the next day, you know, he's building you a deck.
Don't you think they all did something before they became a big actor?
No, I assume they all went to acting school growing up and acted their whole life.
There you go, Doug.
Probably had to have a second job to support themselves in the early days.
Yeah, like a waiter.
Yeah, so?
Well, yeah, but that's not...
That's too cliche. You like his backstory because it's a little unique.
Yeah, he got into it late in life. That's why he has like a weird chicken wing going on with his arm. He's got like a bad wing because of his carpentry. I think it's interesting.
You're saying you like a gentleman who can wield a hammer?
Well, if you can also be Indiana Jones and, you know, very handy around the house, I think it's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
It's certainly...
Part of the payoff in that spot was he turns to the camera and says, I know, my name's Ford. And he's pimping for Jeep. Get it, Tim, because there's Ford, but then he's working for Jeep. How about Joe Buck had one of the early ads. It was for a movie. I think it was Lola and Stitch or something, but it's Buck and Aikman. What is it?
You just got corrected by the owner.
Lilo.
Whatever the hell this
goodorbad.com
movie is.
Well,
but it was in the...
A little accurate.
Are you mad because I just sent you on a wild goose chase? I figured it out. They're going to set up the media workroom.
Correct.
Once I sent you on that
Did you get some video of it for the TMA STL Instagram?
Didn't think it was
that fascinating.
Derek Gould setting up his laptop you didn't think would move the needle.
No, I had a nice conversation with Ben Hockman on the way down there, though.
Okay. I realized as I sent you over there to get sound that it was actually them walking to the media center.
Yeah.
I walk it back. But,
they used to have a media room here, and now it's no longer big enough, so they rent an office about across the street anyway in an office complex. That's where they're going.
Look nice.
Guys, I was listening to a local Kansas City station this morning before you guys came on, of course. And one of the guys was at the game and said the boos for Taylor Swift on the Jumbotron were unlike any boos he's ever heard before. He said it was so loud. That's from Sharon in Sanibel / Clayton, and I wonder if she'll drive across the state to join us for one of these broadcasts.
She may. I've often said I don't really understand why Taylor Swift is the biggest star in the world right now. I also don't know where the hate comes from. What is it about Taylor Swift you don't like?
Jackson, what do you think's going on with that?
But that's Eagles fans too, they know she's a Chiefs fan.
and the
Eagles fans are
the building.
boisterous group.
And she's from like the Philadelphia area, or at least that part of Pennsylvania. I don't know what the deal. I guess overexposure, a little bit of politics, this, that, and the other. I don't know. I don't know exactly why people boo Taylor Swift, but I know it happens.
She gets, the lookalikes get booed at Blues games.
Yeah, I know. I guess it's political.
Well, she's anti-Trump, so the people that support Trump are against her.
He received big applause.
See, I think there was boos right at the beginning, and Doug goes, "Those are cheers."
There were. He was in full salute too, man.
I think if it's KC versus the Buccaneers or Packers even, they show on the Jumbotron, it's not going to be the same as the Eagles fans who love to boo, but especially are probably annoyed that she is such a diehard Chiefs fan, being from that area as well. I think it's the Eagles fans, but in general, I think she's a little more divisive because she's been outspoken politically.
Yeah, I guess.
I think she'll be okay, though.
It feels like she's only outspoken when she's asked about it. It's not like she makes it a big platform or anything.
I didn't think
But Doug coming to the side of Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I don't think
Doug's a man, and Doug will side with reason, is what Doug will tell you.
I just don't see any reason why you would look at Taylor Swift and start booing. I don't get that.
Is that it?
Yeah, Jackson, you were saying that you thought he was going to be done.
Yeah,
right?
I think.
And you think he's a candidate to retire and come back. That's Jackson's parlay, Martin, if you're interested in it.
Yeah, I think he will retire after this. I think in the coming days, I think he'll announce retirement. And I think he is a candidate to sit out a year and then come back.
Didn't he just say he's having so much fun he doesn't want to quit? That he just loves it?
But that's what you say, you know, Super Bowl week. I don't know. It just seems like he's got the world by the tail. He can do whatever he wants. He can probably make more money outside of football than in football. You don't have to worry about getting your legs or your head crushed. I get the competition aspect of it all, but I don't know.
I always feel players are more apt to leave when they win than when they lose.
Sure, I think that'd be
that.
great, but then like if you've reasoned through it why you'd want to retire, you're not going to retire just because you lost one game. You know, I don't know.
He may want to cement his spot as the best tight end ever.
I don't know if
he'll have all the records, won't he?
Yeah, but even then, people won't. I don't know. But that's like, you know, the greatest ever talk. That seems like fans care more about that than the players themselves. Maybe I'm wrong. I just don't think he's like, I have to become the greatest tight end of all time. He's won, 3 Super Bowls and has all those records?
Yeah.
I'm anxious to flip on ESPN.com just to see the banners that are saying things like, are the Chiefs done?
Yeah.
Is it the end of the dynasty? What now for Mahomes? And it's like, wait a minute, he's still really, really highly decorated, unbelievably good, unbelievable resume at a young age. But I guarantee all the talking heads today, what's next for Mahomes? Can't we just celebrate the Eagles for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Eagles.
Yes, Eagles.
Coach Sirianni spelled it out with his son. The mayor of Philadelphia struggled with it.
She
but
botched
it is Eagles.
Jordan Walker just walking into Cardinal camp. And for those of you just joining us here on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL, where 394 people are watching the program and our spring training coverage here on 101 ESPN. Nolan Arenado, in a big surprise, walked in here at approximately 7:45 Eastern, and we have not seen him since. Jackson is going to ask him to join us at the picnic table. Doug, let's hear how Jackson's ask sounds now, because Jackson has never approached a professional athlete to do an interview, something that the three of us probably have a combined 100 years of really experiencing.
Swatted into the front row.
It's really dehumanizing, candidly. But Jackson, here's what it's going to sound like to Nolan Arenado.
Hey, Nolan, Jackson, 101 ESPN. We're live in St. Louis if you'd want to hop on, 5-10 minutes tops. Not bad.
No, I think
it's
that's
quick.
Good. You sound a little more confident.
Yeah.
You sound more professional. I like that. I think you've hit the right tone.
I mean, the worst they can say is no, right?
Yeah, when he says no, he says, oh, kind of a bummer since Holiday always listens. Throw that out there because they're buddies.
Follow up.
Follow up.
That's nice. That's nice. Yeah.
A little bit of shame.
Gotta have it
Well,
ready
it's too
to
bad
go.
Holiday was hoping you would. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then you turn around quickly.
Yeah. Make him want us.
And then he goes, no, okay, fine.
It's like any good salesman, you want them to
How
sell
long
to
is
you.
it going to be? Okay. Where are you located?
Right.
Yeah, well, I do have a thing this afternoon.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, we'll make sure you get to your thing.
Tell him I'll give 4 strokes side, too.
All right, I'll make sure.
Over at,
you think that'll entice him?
What do you think he's
Clinch
playing today? He's at Medalist? You know?
Coach Claves also walked in.
Claves did
and he
walk
kind of
in.
pumped fists.
He
as
did.
if
I was
just-
pointing at him. I'm like, yes.
He was dressed like a coach.
He was
though.
like Rocky.
I thought he was a coach for a second.
Yeah. Oh, you can see the players behind us on YouTube. There you go. What a wonderful setup.
Yeah, good work, Dodie.
Yeah, Dodie with the great setup, the great audio here on the program. If you miss anything, podcast like the Dickens. The podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. If your garage door broke over the weekend, what they do at Schaefer Door Company is they set aside windows of time on Monday morning to make sure that they can come out there and fix it ASAP. It's SchaeferDoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. That's SchaeferDoor.com. And Doug, Jason and his team have been to your house twice. You got a finicky garage door, bro.
I do. We may have to have him down here if the air conditioner goes bad. I don't know that he would service the Jupiter, Florida area.
You think he would do air conditioners as well as garage doors?
Oh, that's right. We're talking about the garage door guy.
It's the sun. There's our first heat stroke moment.
Pick up your dribble and pivot.
Pick up your dribble and pivot.
You know what? They're so good. They'll probably
I was
service
wondering
both.
where we were going
They'll
here.
service both. If they'll take care of your garage door and they'll take a look at it anyway. And then he would suggest you call Seth Goldcamp. That's how that works. Say, I'd really like to help you out, but, Seth Goldcamp.
636-782-3608. They also service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's SchaeferDoor.com. Sponsor the podcast here on TMA.
And I do think they'd take a look at your air conditioner.
I think Jason
They'd look
would.
at it and say, call someone else. It's not what we do.
They're probably kind of like Harrison Ford. They're just probably handy people. You know?
right.
Yeah.
Like we can't even get the Keurig machine to work.
No.
I thought it was me, and then I said to Jackson, "You get the coffee?" He goes, "No." I pushed the buttons. I said, "I pushed the buttons."
It's just not working.
Did you check to see if it was plugged in?
It's plugged in. It's lit up like
All
a
right.
Christmas tree. Just won't pour coffee.
Hey, Tim, did Claves look at the dais and cock his belt buckle at you? I still have nightmares from when he did that at the end of your year-end awards party. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Well, Doug, what happened, to give you a little context, is the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves offered his wife to Claves, and then he cocked his belt and said, "Be careful what you wish for." Oh, yeah, and that's the context of the story, and that did take place. Was that the 2023?
I don't know.
It was. Yeah, Kurt later his mouth got spit into later that night. I don't know if Clabe saw that.
Could Timmy pose as a bat boy and infiltrate the clubhouse? That's from the 314. Martin, Josh, the bat boy, who infuriated Keith Kachuk because he felt like he was a little too old to be a bat boy. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could maybe try to do that. The height thing wouldn't throw anybody off. You know, the male pattern baldness is covered up. I can go in there and just see if I can say, "Hey, fellas."
I think you could pass as Shane Robinson, former Cardinal, and they say, "Hey guys, Shane Robinson thought I'd work with the boys."
Yeah. Anybody want some fungos? And then I would have to try to make contact.
This is why we got to bring our mitts.
You wanted to bring your mitt. That's right.
Oh. More credibility.
As you can see on YouTube, the players walking behind us, they are walking free and easy, gentlemen. I haven't seen a sign of sciatica or prostate issues or anything among this.
So you like this club.
current Cardinal
You
group,
are taking the over on their Pacoda projections. Martin, that was 79.5, by the way. How about the Cubs at 90.5?
Is that right?
That was a surprise.
I don't know. I'd short that.
You're shorting that.
90.5?
14%?
I'll say 15%.
Oh, wow, 15%. See, because Tim did 14.
Yeah, he prices right at me.
Yeah, that's how you play the game.
I did notice a lot of MLB tweets as soon as the Super Bowl ended. All right, now it's our turn. Here comes baseball. And
it's not how Jackson feels. He's thinking about Missouri and Oklahoma on Wednesday night at Mizzou Arena.
That's right. Is that an 8 p.m. start? Sure hope not. 'Cause that's 9 here.
How about a brass ring watch party from Mizzou?
Oh,
I'm into that. Do you think they'll have the game on?
Oh, yeah. I think they had Hunger Games on next to the TV. I was watching the Super Bowl last night. Yeah, J-Law, exactly right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Watch the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. 395 Friends of the Feather are doing just that. It's Tim McKernan. It's Doug Vaughn. It's Martin Kilcoyne. It's Jackson Burkett, live from Cardinal Spring Training, and it is brought to you by CarStart and Sumner One. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Let's see if Clay wants to join us. Let's see if Clay wants to join us.
Hey, come on over, buddy. Let's talk about that super. We need to bump ratings. Oh, it's an MAC shirt. I thought he had a Cardinal shirt.
It's a sharp look. What's up, fine sir? How are you? We're here for the week. Yeah, I know. Trust me. That's how I feel. Know how long you been here?
Put that in the budget? I've been here since the day after the warm-up.
You're live, guys.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. We are live from Cardinal Spring Training, Jupiter, Florida. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. And we are joined at the dais here for our Cardinal Spring Training coverage, brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One by the great Mike Clayborn. Doug, unbelievable. Listen to this gallery.
I know. All these people to show up here this morning.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how they gather around.
This thing is just huge.
Follow us around.
Massive.
I was enjoying your tweets last night. You weren't enjoying the Super Bowl.
I was not. It was not fun.
You're a Chiefs fan now?
No, you know what? I didn't have a dog in the fight. I just wanted to see a good game. You know, I said from the beginning, I thought Philadelphia was a better team, but Kansas City had Mahomes. But this game was exposed early in the year because of the fact the Chiefs had too many guys playing out of position in the offensive line.
Anytime you got a guard playing at tackle, that's a problem.
He used to be a center before he
so
was a tackle.
Moving,
yeah. And the other guy they drafted out of BYU, he couldn't get it on the field. So, you know, when you get pummeled up front, and they didn't even blitz. That was crazy, man. So that was how the game decided. But, you know, I was expecting more, obviously, from Kansas City. And their defense didn't really play that poorly. I mean, they just had to work on short fields. I mean, they kind of limited Barkley for the most part. They didn't have an
25
answer.
Carries, 57 yards. You would have been told that before the game.
Exactly. You would have taken it to the bank. And for you, you'd have taken it to the window.
Exactly right. That's
So,
what I would have done, man.
But I think overall, you know, it was what it was. I've seen better games. It was amazing, though, how throughout the day, and I didn't watch all the pregame shows, but any time when it came up to Brady winning his first Super Bowl, they just kind of glossed over how they won it, okay? They never mentioned the Rams or anything like that. And then I saw the one piece with Belichick and Ty Law. And for some reason, they just kind of glossed over the fact of how they ended up winning. And so it's just one of those things that I could have just done without the whole day.
Did you find Sanford and Son? You were looking for Sanford
and
Son?
I did find Sanford and Son.
You were looking for
I didn't know it was on that many channels in the United States. And then I started getting into binge watching, finishing up Night Agent. Have you seen that on Netflix?
I have not.
It's must watch.
Is that right?
Yes.
Who is in it?
Nobody you know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I like it.
What if it's somebody that Doug knew? Is it
Any old-timers on there?
No old-timers. You know, Doug, our generation, man, we just sit around and watch other people do it now. There's nobody on it.
It's kind of
like,
sad.
I was watching, I'll tell you, I was watching Lioness. Now, Morgan Freeman's in that.
Oh, yeah.
You remember him?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he's it was a night wasted.
Yeah,
so
man, it was disappointing across the board. Was there anything at all that you enjoyed from it? Jackson and Doug have been fighting over Kendrick Lamar's performance.
That was probably my least favorite.
Oh, Jackson, how about that?
Thank you.
It's my least favorite.
It's a generation.
Are you a fan of his in general?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Whatever happened to Up With People?
That's what I missed too. Up with people. You see him wherever you go.
Live from Del Boca Vista.
I don't know, man. And Fox tried. I mean, you know, they really tried. But you got a stinker of a game, man.
Yeah, that's a tough spot.
Much to do, but kudos to Philadelphia, man. They came out and showed up and did a great job, and I'm happy for. I've gotten to know Jalen Hurts a little bit, just a class guy.
Yeah.
So I was happy for him and just what he means to the game. And when you think about all the levels he's been at, and somebody was trying to knock him down, you go back to what happened at Alabama. Then he goes on to Oklahoma and almost wins a Heisman Trophy. Philadelphia takes him, I believe, in the third round, just thinking maybe he'll be a good backup someday. And somebody who goes down and he takes over and they don't look back.
Yeah, Super Bowl MVP.
Plus, he's got a nice crowd that follows him.
You like the crowd that follows him.
What sort of crowd?
Well, you know, his representation, You know, all of his people in his crew, all his representative agents and everything is a female, all females.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, everybody, marketing, everything they're all females.
How about that?
Yeah, and not one of them, they check a box.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Clip that off.
Yeah.
Clip that off. Hey, how about this? I know you just got here maybe about a half hour ago.
Oh, I've been here for a while.
Oh, you've been on the grounds?
No, I've been
like in Jupiter. I know you've been in Jupiter.
I've been on the grounds a couple of times. Yeah.
Nolan Arenado's here.
Well, he's supposed to be here, isn't he?
Well, I mean, next week he's supposed to be. I know pitching catchers, but
he just wants to get a head start.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, maybe he forgot.
So you aren't as surprised, it sounds like, as I.
You know, this thing just had a real awkward smell to it from the beginning, when John Mozeliak was adamant that they're going to move him in the winter meetings, and I'd never heard him that pro moving someone on like that. And I was just in the back of my mind saying, man, this you got to remember, he has the hammer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's a 5 and 10 guy, so he can decide when and where he wants to go. And lo and behold, the grenade's blowing up, and they may be stuck with him. And that's not a bad thing.
That's what Doug keeps going back to. Doug keeps going back
because really what you're saying is you're mortgaging that situation to see if Nolan Gorman can play. And after all these years, we still don't know if he can play. We know he can hit baseballs a long way when he makes contact, but we don't know if he can play third base. We know he played it at one point. We don't know if he can hit. So we know Arenado can do. He didn't have a very good season last year in his eyes, but overall, he's a better bank than Nolan Gorman would be.
Do you think we will find out when Bregman signs what's going to happen?
Yes.
That's the
I think that's what's going to happen. You know, when you look at what Bregman's kind of holding up a lot of things right now, and it's amazing how they can't come together. Everybody knows, hey, I want 6 to 7. Houston wants to give them 4 to 5. So let's find some middle ground here, get it done, and get them in camp. I'm sure players, you know, creatures of habit. They don't want to be sitting at home or waiting in a hotel. They want to know where they're going to be because they want to make sure their family is squared away. They want to make sure they have a place to live. And as you well know, down here in South Florida, trying to find a place to live at the last minute is virtually impossible.
Not easy.
Have you seen this, though, Claves, play out where the team and the player both kind of say, I'm good with it, I'm ready to move. Like both sides kind of want the same thing, and it's a superstar caliber player where it's played out this publicly, where they're trying to move a guy. And I mean, I think Roland, maybe in his agent telling Mo, I want out, and then it got done quickly, but it's not typical of somebody at this level.
No, it's not. And here's the thing about it. Neither side has been aggressive. Nobody said anything that's going to come back to bite them or anything like that. They've been very forthright about the situation. Nobody said, I want out publicly. Nobody said, we can't wait to get rid of this guy. So if it has to come back in that situation, I think everybody could live with it compared to knowing, I know you wanted to get rid of me. Yeah, I know you wanted to leave. So you won't have that issue.
If anything, the agent is the one who did the talking for him. That said he wants to go somewhere where they've got the throttle down, you know, the insinuation.
And I guess my question is, who is that? What team has the hammer that if you add Arenado, you say to yourself, here we go, this is the team. This is our championship team. I don't know what team that is right now. The Dodgers don't want him. The Yankees could use him, I guess, but does that make them, you know, an odds-on favorite? Boston seems to have great interest in it. I think Boston needs other things other than Nolan Arenado. So I'm not sure if there's that surefire team for him to go to, much like he thought St. Louis was a surefire team when he decided to come here.
Have you noticed any right now, same guy?
I really knew him well when he was in Colorado, and he was nothing but gracious and professional, and that hasn't changed a bit. You know, very accommodating. You know, he'll probably give you more than maybe you ask for. If you need an answer, he's always available for that. He's not a guy that hides in the trainer's room or anything along that line. So no, he's been fine.
So what chances would you say exist out there for him to actually be on this team? Most of the year, half the year?
Man, it just depends. What happens if he gets on fire early? And now you say to yourself, well, wait a minute. You know, the team gets off to a good start. He's swinging the bat well. Say to yourself, now, does his value go up? And do we move him and it interferes with the chemistry? So, I think it's something we haven't seen before. And I'm anxious to see what that looks like because as we're going through the whole era, reset, retool, rego, whatever you want to call it. What's up, man? So this is all new to me. And this is my 40th spring training.
Is that right?
Yeah, and I've never seen
really?
anything like this.
With this dynamic going on.
Yeah, I have seen it. I mean, I've seen some situations where in the latter Whitey years where you said, I don't know about this team.
Yeah.
But for them to come forward and say, we're going to go in a different direction and here's why. And then we saw them play it out throughout the offseason where, one of the great things about the offseason, if you're Cardinal fans, hey, we're going to have some new people coming. And that case, well, we have a couple of guys who are trying to make the ball club, but at the end of the day, we just don't have that pizzazz, that oomph that we've been accustomed to seeing.
Thrown off by guys saying that they didn't want to go anywhere? Do you think they were thrown off by not being able to move Arenado at this point? Yeah, do you think that caught them off guard?
I think they thought Sonny Gray would say, get me out of here, But the fact is that this is close to his home in Nashville. He probably wanted to be here for that, not to move his family again, and also maybe be part of a rebuild, reset, retool. I don't know how much you guys have talked to him, but he's an interesting guy with regard to the game and his approach. And I think a guy like that would be good for young pitchers and young people in just his method of preparation.
And what about Contreras? Surprised he didn't want to go?
Quite. I was because he basically had to get out of line and start over as a player from catching to hitting, dealing with injury, and now you're going to put a first baseman's mitt in his hand and say, have at it. I'd like to know how that's going to work out. I mean, here's the thing. It's hard enough to make a position change in the minors or in Little League or wherever. Now you're going to do it on the big league level at one of the most key positions on the field because you're going to touch the baseball the third most times behind the pitcher and catcher. So if you haven't done that a lot in that position, because now you're not catching sliders or trying to figure out how to catch a curveball. You're trying to figure out how to hold a runner. You got to figure out how to take one out of the dirt. You have to figure out how to hit the relay, man. There's a lot of things that go on. You have to figure out how to turn that double play when it's hit to you. There's a lot of things that go into it that you hope that he can adapt to at a quick pace.
So you think if he would have said, yeah, I'd like to go at this stage of my career, what direction do you think the Cardinals would have gone at first?
Well, you have the options of Burleson. He would have been an interesting guy to play there. I know some people talked about, hey, move Jordan Walker there. He's played the infield before. I don't know. He's moving the guy around that much. It's kind of a challenge. I think it's easier to find a first baseman who's played it compared to trying to put a guy there who's never played it.
He likes talking about Luke and Baker.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Huge numbers. Huge numbers in the minor leagues.
It's like I'm picking up a read.
Yeah, no. You know what? He's a nice guy, but I think his lack of versatility really restricts him from being that guy because he doesn't hit for power enough to just plug him in a la Pete Alonso. He doesn't play any other position, so you can't stick him in the left field. He doesn't hit. He hasn't shown the ability to hit enough consistently to be a DH. But he's a nice guy to have around. Pleasant gentleman. If you like pleasant.
So are you
I don't like pleasant gentlemen.
I do.
Doug likes a good
That's a pleasant guy.
That's a pleasant gentleman.
Pleasant gentleman.
Mr. Happy?
What are you most excited about or intrigued by? Even in camp here, who do you want to see? Is there anybody that you're curious about their development?
It would have to be from the pitching department because we've seen all the other guys. I think I'm anxious to see what Victor Scott does as far as a regular is concerned because Victor Scott last year kind of made a living off of hitting a lot of fastballs, in spring training. That's all they were throwing. Breaking ball comes up, and all of a sudden it's like he's pounded it in the ground. He's pounded it in the ground. So I want to see what adjustments he's made. And obviously Jordan Walker is someone we've heard enough about in his swing and what that's supposed to look like. So those would be the first two as far as guys who play in the field. I'm anxious to see what the pitching is going to look like. McGreevy was intriguing last year. So we were having this discussion. You know what? Now, call me crazy. I'd make him my number 2 guy.
How about that?
I'd throw him in there just to see. If he gets his pitch knocked in, that's all right. but the thing is, I want to see, because if he's going to be my future, I'm going to move him. See, one of the things I think one of the problems of the game is we have babied an entire generation. You know, I don't expect anybody to come out here and throw 300 innings, but I do expect guys to give me more than what I currently see, where we're giving them an attaboy where he can get to 5 innings. You know, hey, you have 100 pitches in you. Let's see if we can spread them out between the first and 7th inning compared to the first and 4 and a third. You know, I want to see what those guys look like. So I hope that philosophy changes where guys are challenged more to be better.
Do you think, same page, but I want to make sure, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that the Cardinals went into this offseason thinking that they were going to be able to do more like what you're talking about because guys were going to say, yeah, get me out of here, and now they're sitting here with essentially the same thing that they had when they had the press conference.
No, you're right. And I think that threw them for a little bit of a loop where they're like looking at each other, he's still here? You mean we couldn't make him leave? And you know what, it says a lot about, I think, the city and the organization, where guys feel like this is a comfortable place to be with their families. And you know, we always talk about St. Louis has got a soft media. Now, I wouldn't say it's soft. I think it's respectful, you know, compared to the in-your-face gotcha journalism that we see in other markets. People here are thoughtful in posing questions when it is a question. I find, and you guys have been in this business a long time, I find we hear guys make more statements than ask questions. Hey, you guys were pretty good last night. You know, I mean, so I think guys have a comfort level. You know, when you look in the clubhouse, it's a pretty good group of professionals.
Are they mostly pleasant gentlemen?
Pleasant gentlemen would be one way to look at it. Yeah, we don't have well, you know, we had a rusty nail with Lance Lynn. Lance, and, you know, God love him. There's always a place for Lance Lynn on my roster. I think we do need more of some sandpaper, to borrow a hockey term.
Doug, you like that? You know, said about Reddick Fox.
Fox has got some sandpaper.
Well, but could use a lot more sandpaper.
Don't even get me started.
I knew you'd.
Well, let's get you started. I was going to ask you anyway.
I don't recognize that makeup that they've got, you know?
So I'm watching the game the other night, and I watch Jake Neighbors get in a fight. Yeah. Bad idea.
Yeah, you tweeted right away.
Bad idea. Because he can't fight. He tried.
But didn't he have to do it?
Well, you know, he had to. But, I mean, you know, at some point you got to say, hey, look, I'm going with this guy now. Anybody have any tips on how to fight this guy?
So you know,
you know what? We don't have anybody. Because if Braden Shin fights and he's out of the game, then guess who's next? Who? Okay.
I guess that answers the question, doesn't it?
And, again, I'm not looking for somebody to be a goon where he just sits and plays 4 to 8 minutes a night. I'm talking about a guy who will give it back to somebody.
Parayko's got the size, but he's just a pleasant
he's
gentleman.
Parayko. Yeah, he's a pleasant gentleman. He should be in the Cardinal clubhouse there. Yeah, but that's my point, where they need a little bit more accountability internally, because they don't have any. I think that's the challenge.
It's a quiet room.
It's very quiet. They're all probably nice gentlemen. I don't know them all, but I just think that I'm disappointed that this team doesn't play tough enough. Yeah. And Jake Neighbors, God bless him, he went out and took a beating. And you know what was interesting about that? There was not one other Blue that decided, you know, I'm going to go grab somebody too. Now, granted, we're talking about Stanley Cup champions who can play it any way you want to play it. But I was a little surprised that somebody didn't go out and just run somebody. Yeah. You know, I mean, I was really surprised, and maybe that's the direction of the game.
You think they shake things up in a big way between now and the trade deadline?
Well, I don't know about the deadline because I don't know what's out there. You know, because this is a league that's trying to figure out how the salary cap works. Yeah. Okay, the NBA's figured it out. They may be the most creative when it comes to moving people. When you look at NHL, they're always cap bound. They don't have the flexibility. And it's not to say they didn't think it out, but I just think that because it's something that they're not totally accustomed to in some regard, and the language in some of these contracts can be a little tricky too. I can tell you this. There's two guys that probably, if you bring up the term no trade clause to them, their blood pressure might rise a little bit. Because when you think about what Mo's dealing with, and you think about what the Army's dealt with, those are the two clauses you don't ever want to hear those guys offer to another player.
By the way, Do you get a royalty check every time we play 2-pound carrot cake? Do you get?
I should.
You should get some kind
I
of
should. I'm going to have my after people read
Okay.
look into that, man.
people gonna.
You know,
Where was the carrot cake?
it was a Porter's Steakhouse
Yeah.
over in Collinsville, Illinois.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know whether they still serve it or not. And here's the most unique thing about that whole thing. I don't even eat carrot cake. I mean, I would try it, but it's not. But I don't. It's not like, oh, what a hearty meal! Time for some carrot cake. I would eat it, but it's not something that I'm like knocking people over. 2-pound carrot cake.
2-pound carrot. I mean, you really.
That one turn is how I will be remembered.
No,
they won't remember anything else I've ever done.
For a number of reasons.
Yeah, for that one too. Yeah, okay. All right, let's get the Claves glossary out here.
Hey, when I was a kid, okay.
Here we go.
No, I was not a little kid, but I called Claves. I've told him the
You
story.
gonna tell this story again?
Here we go.
I should get a paid a royalty on the amount of times he's telling this
Sports
story.
open line. I waited on hold. I'm like, Mr. Clayborn, and I was complaining that like Mike Ramsey wasn't hitting or whatever, and Claves just dusted me off. He said, "You don't think Whitey's got better things to worry about than the next caller?" Like I just got broke their heart.
Now you know who the best was at that was Bob Ramsey. If you call him,
just eviscerate people.
No, he would get you to agree.
Oh, yeah.
Well, would you think the sky is blue? Yeah. Would you think this is that? Yeah, of course. Well, what about this, right? And so basically, Jim, you're telling me you're kind of an idiot, right? Hey, thanks for calling. Hang up on it. He is the best
to this
at that.
day. I'm like, Rammer, how are you? He's like, fine. I said, good day, and he's like, is it? And oh no, we're going to argue about whether it's a good day.
Who else is like that? Somebody else is like, gosh. Well, Tony was like that.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, how's your day?
Prongard put you to the test when you came up with a question to him when he was in the room.
So, you know, I was the first person Pronger met.
Oh, is that right? When he came over?
got traded. They brought him. We were doing a show out at Maryville. The Rams were having training camp. So they brought him out. And when he was walking up, I said, uh-oh. Because, you know, he was very frail, very skinny. Yeah. But I always felt, and I asked Keenan this, I said, you think this guy could be a Larry Robinson type player? And Keenan just kind of looked at me, and he looked around, and he just nodded.
Wow.
Yeah, Mike Keenan saw something in Chris Pronger, and obviously it came to light. In my opinion, the best three-zone player ever to put a Blues uniform on.
How about that?
Period. You put him in any three of the zones, and he's the best player.
How about that?
I mean, Hully scored goals. Al McKinnis had the great slap shot. You know, Curtis Joseph, Grant Fuhr, all those guys, Mike Liu, outstanding. But Chris Pronger, the best player in uniform in all three zones.
Wow. For a number of reasons, really.
How about this, Claves? The text inbox, they come in fast and furious. Can you get Claves on weekly? He's the GOAT of St. Louis sports.
Wow.
Well, you know what? I got a lot of things on my plate right now.
You do. Claves Online.
Claves Online, more to come.
Oh, you teased some big news coming, too. Yeah.
And I'm also doing it's off the beaten path. I'm doing something on WFUN, Odyssey station. It's a public service show. No sports.
Look at you.
So my first show, if I can plug it here real quick, is Sunday morning, and it's going to be the mayoral candidates in St. Louis.
Oh, nice.
And here's the difference, though. I'm asking each one of them the same 7 questions. So they can't play off of each other, so nobody can hear what the other one said.
Look at that.
So I'm going to do that for a while, just have some fun with it.
That's a better way to have a debate. It always drove me crazy.
Thank you.
Presidential debates, and unless you're Don Rickles with a fast one-liner, you're not ready to be president?
There's a guy, Mrs. Don Rickles.
Oh, I'm telling you. Things will pop up in my Instagram and TikTok feeds, and I am locked in every time.
And it's not like I haven't seen it before.
Right.
I met him one time.
Oh, did you?
He was a very kind person.
Yeah.
Very nice. And I'll never forget, he was kind of in costume. And the person I was with, he says, a good friend of mine, Mike Clayborn. He just said, hey, no NBA tonight? What can you say, man? And then he gives you the, I love you, kid. I'm just having fun with you.
Outstanding. Claves, thanks for dropping by.
Man, hey, good luck with you guys. Have fun.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
I'm sure I'll get a phone call about this from somebody.
Could you sign off with a new 2-pound carrot cake just for the archives?
You mean a 2-pound carrot cake?
Oh, dog, it's just the best.
Got it.
Man, he's
There you
got
go.
it.
There you go.
Yeah, what else?
All right,
so
boys.
much.
How long you here?
Week. I know, it's not enough.
Here comes the manager. Is he talking?
Oh, is he gonna drop by? Is this
Oh,
a
my
drive-by?
gosh. Is this an intervention?
Wow.
We're busy right now. Can you come on?
Look at this. The Cardinal manager.
Ollie Marmol.
How do you do?
Look at this. Claves is holding court.
Yeah, I mean, he comes over because Claves is here.
You got a second, Ollie? Come on. Look. Oh. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a drive-by.
So
That's a hit and run.
Okay. Well, but don't talk to me. Talk to them. How about if I don't talk?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good offer. Wow. Okay. Well, on the way back, we'll wait.
Yeah, later we'll still be here.
Do your job.
Yeah. So we got a drive-by right there. Jackson, did you ask him? Was that your first chance? Your mic's not on there, sweet prince. Okay.
I thought he was just going to come on. I thought
You just thought it was a done deal.
Well, he was walking out. I thought he was going to do my job for him.
I think he wanted to kind of give Claves a hard time for doing the show.
Absolutely.
So should we just have Claves like around the table all week?
He does. He is like a running podcast here. I've told him that before. When people walk by, it's the greatest entertainment going. It is. It's instant offense. All right, I would imagine we probably need to. We do need to tend to some business. Okay, fair enough. Doug, why don't you tend to some business? What would you like to tell the people?
Make it very
about?
clear. Tim.
Well, I started to talk about.
Yeah, you wanted to talk about Seth Goldcamp anyway.
Chopped at the bit.
He's probably nervous, wondering what I'm going to say about him now. What I was going to say is if we have air conditioning problems down here, this is who we would call. I don't know that he's going to come down and
I think he would.
But he would certainly take care of your furnace issues in St. Louis, especially now that it's getting cold again, so you may need him. If you haven't had your furnace maintained lately, if you haven't had a technician in there to get it working right, you probably should. This is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served tens of thousands of customers since 1904, and they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and for that we are very thankful. He's best known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call of duty. They will never upsell you, sell you something you don't need. That's not how they roll. They will always give you exactly what you need and nothing more, nothing less. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designairservice.com.
That's the sponsor of our email today. Send yours in. Coming your way at 10:50 today from Jupiter, Florida. The morning after at STL.com. That is how you can compete. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We are live from Cardinal Spring Training, brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. It is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
hear from you. Use the Scott Lee Mic Drop feature on the 101 mobile app. Give us your opinion on anything St. Louis sports with a mic drop.
Brought to you by the Scott Lee Heating Company.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. At the WM Phoenix Open over the weekend, Thomas Dietrich shoots a weekend 65-65 to run away with a minus 24, blowing past Daniel Berger and Michael Kim, collecting a cool $1.6 million and 500 FedEx Cup points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Cardinal Spring Training. The show here at Spring Training this week, presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One. And the breaking news here from Jupiter, Florida, for those of you just joining us, is that Nolan Arenado is here. Have you guys seen him since he walked in at approximately 6:45 St. Louis time?
I didn't even see him walk in.
Jeff Jones of the Belleville News-Democrat with that information, and he joined us in the 7 o'clock hour. If you want to podcast, you can do so via the Schaefer Door Company. You can always go back and watch the show on YouTube. So we have not seen him, but Jeff Jones saw him walking in. So I guess he's inside getting some work in, Doug?
I'm ready with the camera if he walks out. I'm a bit of a shutter spook.
YouTube video of Ali Marmol walking by and not sitting down with us.
Yeah.
That was captured.
Yeah,
on
we got
video.
that. We got that.
Maybe later, question mark. I've seen Mason Wynn's in the house. Newt's out on the field. My theory is if Arenado didn't walk out with Newt, he's probably not going out there.
Yeah.
So I don't think you'll see him on the field. Maybe he's just doing a little housekeeping.
And there's another exit away from us where he could go and we wouldn't.
Drat.
What about the
Go out
chances
this
he's
back way.
onboarding?
You think he's onboarding?
Oh,
that
that
does
could be.
happen.
I think it's possible. He's doing a little paperwork inside.
He's only played here, 4 years? So
Yeah.
he may not have it all wrapped up
A
yet.
little bit of corporate America, for sure.
Martin, what would you like to tell us about?
Let's
I know
talk
you
about
wanted
my
to tell us-
friends at Schnucks.
Yeah.
You know what? Doug and I were at the Publix yesterday. That's the Schnucks of Florida. And so Max Scherzer.
How about that?
Grocery shopping with his dad. Brad Scherzer looked like maybe one of Max's kids. We didn't bother him because we've had to explain why Martin and Doug are out shopping together.
With their son?
Looked awkward.
Our son,
Yeah.
Jackson. So we do have the makings of a weird sitcom. These pleasant gentlemen took in this young man to raise him in their
It is
Florida
nice.
abode.
Isn't it nice?
Nonetheless, if you're grocery shopping in St. Louis, you're stopping by Schnucks and you're trying to save money. It's tough these days at the grocery store, but Schnucks is making sure you'll find some items that have had the prices knocked down. How about over 2,300 items that have been reduced in pricing, whether it's Jack's Pizzas or fried potatoes or Jackie's got that Stoke cold brew right now at the Humboldt Bowl. That's on sale right now by lowered prices and over 2,300 items. Schnucks is bound to have lowered the prices on some of your favorite items. Also, check out the digital shelf tags around the store to find tons more items, all with lower prices. They're doing something about it. I know folks will be stocking up this week with the chance for the Storms coming through on Tuesday, Wednesday. Everyday savings that you can count on, all of it at your local Schnucks. New lower prices every day on over 2,300 items.
You're welcome to get involved on this program by texting in, and that number is 314-399-9646. And, of course, you're welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And watch the program and participate in the chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. 357 friends are gathered in the YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's TMA, and it is 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and this week we are live from Cardinal Spring Training at Roger Dean. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you in Jupiter, Florida. And it is presented to you this week by CarStar and Sumner One. And the news out of spring training today, that is the surprise. Nolan Arenado is here at the ballpark. We have not seen him go out on the field. Many of the Cardinals out there working out right now. But we have not seen Nolan Arenado on the field. But he is at the complex and was here at 7:45 Eastern time.
I wonder if when we're done here, we should wander out there and see if he is working out. I think we should probably do that.
Wander on out there?
I guess we can do that, huh?
Do a little journalism, Doug?
Yeah.
What did you have on last night? Did you do your show from here last night on Channel 4?
I haven't worked there for more than 3.5 years. 3.5 long years.
Are you sure? Tim, did you watch KMOV Online last night?
Employed there.
I watch it just in case they're going to show some of my stuff.
Doug liked to get into the vault.
Where are they now?
Where are they now? Yeah, they were telling me here the credential they had for me is a picture of me with hair, and I go, that has to be. Started shaving my head / losing my hair in 2006. Always goes back to that Propecia, Doug. If you're on it, don't stop taking it.
Okay.
Jackson, I'm talking to you.
Better believe it. It's flowing through my bloodstream as we speak.
Have you seen Jackson wearing his little laser hat that he wears?
I was going to ask about the laser hat.
Didn't make the trip.
It did not? Well, you're going to start losing your hair.
No. The finasteride is the Propecia is what's really the laser hat helps.
Because we went to tuck him in last night, our little boy.
Oh, you tucked him.
I didn't see the laser. The laser.
It was nice.
You guys have a unique setup at your place where it's a wonderful spot, but there's a room that seems to be seated for a television and a family gathering spot, except there's just two random in the middle of the room.
Yeah, you just sit there and you set and you have a massage. And that's kind of the appeal of the room. There's a dartboard.
There's a dartboard in there as well.
And there's a desk, but there is no television set, so it makes me think you just stare at the wall as you get a robotic rub down. Is the best way I can describe it.
You stare at your phone like everyone else is doing.
Yeah,
yes, I'm a gentleman. I prefer a man to rub me down.
Oh,
right there.
He wouldn't wear shorts here, right, Martin? Because of
it's a bit like the back breezeway of a. Let's think of like a ranch-style home, and you got a back breezeway where you could have a little office maybe, but it's just those two massage chairs sitting side by side.
Yeah.
There's a hot tub out back. We could have a great reality TV show.
I'm getting in the hot tub again tonight. Whether you get in there or not. Yeah, I don't see why you guys are so sheepish. Like, did you bring your trunks?
I have shorts for like working out, which hasn't happened yet. Kind of thinking about a big lunch instead of working.
You going brass ring for lunch?
Oh, I don't know. My lensman's showing up later today. The great Jake Day is coming out from Fox 2. We'll start having our TV coverage, but today I'm kind of in that in between.
Oh, then you ought to go ball striking.
Or go to the brass ring.
Go brass ring and then go.
Plays out.
Okay.
If we can
play
get
it by ear, sure.
Maybe the skipper will hold court. Then we've got a little material to talk about.
Okay.
It's good to have boots on the ground when you're at Cardinals camp. And I got to say, it's about the worst sports week. I mean, go Mizzou, go SLU, go Illinois. But the Blues are down. I mean, it's a quiet week. Yeah. Football ends. NHL shuts down. It's nice. It's a good week to be here.
Perfect week for spring training. I had somebody for QFTA, my podcast. You can always email any question. What team McKernan Inside STL? Why we come down early on in spring training, and the answer is because the guys are available. Today's reporting day, so it's a different kind of day. The guys are available in the mornings while we're on the air, but once they start up games, then we are not able to have them on, and so that is why the show has always come down here usually in mid-February. And so this week it's a little better than normal. This is being February 10th. I feel like usually it's in that February 15th range, but that is why down as early as we do.
Seasons are starting earlier. You're into March because they have extra days off. The players got to have more mandated days off, so they start in late March. So spring training starts earlier. But you get down here. In the past, you would say, well, I'll get there when it's the full squad. You don't want to, like if McGuire's on the team or Edmonds, you want to be there when all the position players. But after a while, you figured out they were all here anyway. Yeah. So you might as well just come early and It's to the benefit of the listener, Jackson. That's what this is all about. Serving the listener. Well, it always has.
Jackson, what is this like for you being here for the first time?
Kind of just feeling out things, like finding my role. Finding, because it's tough today because the clubhouse is closed, getting guys on. But just kind of, it's awesome to be here. Love doing it. And just kind of figuring out my spot. Making myself as valuable as possible.
Oh, are you?
How are you going to respond the first time a guy who's right around your age
or younger
in as curt a way as possible essentially tells you to go F yourself and ask him to...
I mean, you can't take it personally, right? That's the key with this, is you can't take it personally. You know, it's just, the worst they can say is no.
By the way, Mike Caruso.
Generous executive with the St. Louis Blues, and you think he's retired?
I think he's retired. He just didn't announce it. To see if he noticed.
Surprised Jackson didn't jump in with that.
And I just told him, I said, Mike, as a diehard Blues fan, it's just hurtful for me. It's not the same when the team doesn't play.
Nice.
So, but yes, the Four Nations is going on. Your Blues represented Jordan Bennington. Robert Thomas is hoping to get on that squad. But yes, Four Nations taking place. There's does that count as a Sports Center update?
When does that start?
Soon.
Okay. All right.
There you go. Clip that off for a promo. Hey, if you're feeling low energy, low motivation, if you're tired all the time, putting on weight, especially around your belly, if you're feeling anxious, moody, or irritable, those are symptoms of low testosterone, and that's where Mentality comes into play. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians provide a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring that your treatment is tailored to your body. They also offer FDA-approved testosterone therapy combined with a number of different processes to target fat while maintaining muscle. It is Mentality, and what Mentality can allow you to do is be the dad who can keep up with the kids, be the husband your spouse knows you can be, and feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's at work, in the gym, or at home. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. I always like to take a peek at what the Marlins set up behind us. We used to see them, and they would oftentimes just barbecue right around 11 o'clock and kind of shut her down.
Kick some beach balls
around. But do you see that
around.
right there, Tim? Is that not a barbecue pit that's being set
I feel like they are getting ready for a barbecue. We can see it.
Good for the Marlins. They just want to have some fun.
I saw a couple of the players, and they were wearing jerseys of themselves.
Oh, all right, the Marlins?
Yeah,
it's a loose atmosphere down there.
They were here early, getting after.
Because they won it.
Blasting some music. The giant tents reminds me that they might just have an Oktoberfest later today, which would be great.
They're always locked in.
Clayton McCullough is going to get those boys up and running. That'd be the Marlins manager. I thought I'd just
well, you could have given me 100 guesses on that.
Clayton McCullough is the Marlins manager. And the Four Nations, of course, starts Wednesday. Canada will play Sweden, and then on Thursday, the Kachuk boys, U.S., will take on Finland.
Those are the Four Nations.
How did Russia get left out? They've got more players in Finland, don't they?
And I don't know if it's war-related, but I know, because like the Czechoslovakian players were upset, or whatever, it's Slovakian, whatever the country is these days. I should know that. I think they just, I don't know if it was a numbers crunch. I read a story about that. That's a good Doug.
Because there's a lot of Russian stars in the league.
Yes, there are.
But there's only 4 nations in the Four Nations tournament.
Right.
Who are you kicking out? Finland?
Probably, yeah.
Why are you kicking out?
Best of luck. On the finish.
You think they would balk?
Yeah, I mean, why? Let's make it the 6 nations. Why take away and why not add?
I'm just saying you should probably have the 4 nations that produce the most players.
Excuse my ignorance. They play this every 4 years.
This is a new thing.
First time.
Brand new.
First time ever.
Got it.
Hi, Miles.
Let's see.
Slide piece.
It says the ongoing sanctions.
God, he's huge.
Russia is not included in the NHL against the country. So I guess because the country's under pressure.
Turmoil.
The turmoil.
which would have precluded the Miracle on Ice from taking place. And, of course, Doug, as you know, Jackson would rather attend the 2024 NBA All-Star Game than be present for Lake Placid in 1980.
Absolutely heartbreaking. Heartbreaking to hear that sort of anti-Americanism.
What are you talking about? I'm watching American sport in America. You know, I feel.
But this was America's team. These young boys, they just gave it everything they had.
And I have nothing but respect for them. But if you're asking me which hi, Dylan. If you're asking me which I would rather see, I gave my answer. I feel strongly about it.
And there's no turning back either, is there?
No, listen, different strokes, different folks. Some people like things, some people don't like other things.
Were you thinking about approaching Miles Michaelis there?
No, it's tough when they're going out to workouts. I don't know. I'm trying to get them on the way back. Feels like on the way back is the better play.
Yeah, they got to get some work in.
Maybe we could get the guy fixing the air conditioning unit behind us.
Is that Seth?
No,
it's
doesn't
one
look like
one
it.
of his people.
I like his hat, though.
Oh, you're so massive.
Somebody,
I do like live updates.
Just tweeted at me, Martin, my brother and I have a sports podcast in Nebraska, wondering if you'll join us.
I think you should do that.
Okay. Kind of how Joe got started with Mitch in Seattle, right?
It's right.
Take some time off for the show to tend to that.
Okay, guys, I got a call to Nebraska. I may, instead of onboarding, I may have my Nebraska call.
360. Boy, my
yeah,
the president of baseball. There he is.
The field. What are those emotions, John? For the last time, overseeing a Cardinals camp.
Yeah, there he goes. 366 friends are gathered in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. I really, really like when Tim throws his hands above his head like that. That's from I'm a bad boy and I'm testing things.
Why would you like that?
I don't know.
But I didn't even know what you did. Was that like a little gnarly thing?
Maybe this?
Oh.
Like the referee says the kick is good.
Just getting loose.
Okay.
Yeah, going low today. So.
Yeah, I mean, before I go low. Are we playing the par 3 course?
I'm down.
Doug, you in?
Yeah.
All right. Martin, you in?
He got me as lensman.
I got to meet the lensman.
If you're in the Jupiter and you play golf with us, we need a fourth. Maybe Claves will join us.
How about the 2-pound carrot cake reveal?
Yeah, that was a heartbreaking moment.
Doesn't really eat the 2-pound.
That's on up on Instagram. You can watch that.
Is it?
Yeah, threw that up on Instagram.
The audio of that?
The video and audio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, little video, little shoot.
Look at you.
Trying to provide value. That's every day to this
Just
week.
your
Just trying to
presence,
provide
buddy.
value.
Thank you.
Just trying to provide value. Because Doty's obviously done his part by setting us all up here. And
gloriously.
God bless him for doing so.
And he's leaving Wednesday, so you'll have to take it Thursday and Friday.
Oh, my.
Is that right?
Oh, my.
Uh-oh.
I saw it was a kind of a.
You picked up a read?
Yeah, it was kind of a shift in it because that would. It's gonna be
To
tough.
be determined, pal.
Okay.
Take a good look at all the levers and the wiring, and you can do it.
You
can
want help?
set that all.
It looks like
Well, I'm
a
busy.
setup for Tom Cruise Mission Impossible, like it's to stop the bomb, but there's 4,000 wires he's staring at.
Yeah, we'd be in tough shape.
He
How am I
didn't
gonna
do the
play?
job.
Good
It wasn't
morning.
anything
Martin
I
has
did.
sexy legs. That's from Bob Wagon. Bob Wagon
Bob
observing
Wagon
your
has chimed in.
legs.
That's the benefit of being behind the desk. Is that
They can't
you
see
two
your-
weirdos are not looking at your legs.
Tony La Russa would always talk about how I had tiny little legs.
Did he say
Yeah,
that?
he goes, no, I mean, I have tiny little legs, too.
Did you guys bond over that?
Yeah, we did.
The pincers on your hands.
Did not. No, my little T-Rex-like
Yeah.
arms.
Yeah.
He did not mention those.
How did it come up? Your legs, just in a random.
I have
scrum?
no idea. It was so, I mean, it's so random. Yeah, I mean, just like right over there where the picnic table used to be. Man, tiny little bird legs, huh?
He would just stop, fungo bat over his shoulder, holding court, and it could be the most random. Hey, Tony, you watch the Daytona 500? Yeah, man. So who's the Lugano looking good? Like he always had a little bit of knowledge about everything. Just up the most random stuff. Yeah, it's snowing back in Sales. Yeah, how much? Like why are we wasting this man's time?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. We'll be doing it from Jupiter, Florida, as we are broadcasting live through ESPN. With you, and you can watch the show and see the beautiful weather, and you can even see the Marlins tent city directly behind us as I'm watching the YouTube channel as we see the Marlins get that barbecue ready very early, because it does look like they're firing it up.
Doesn't it look like they're going to have a party over there?
I wouldn't mind some pulled pork.
Yeah,
You think that's what they're doing now?
Stop over there and grab some.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. You know, I've already hit, because we're here for a limited amount of time. And my wife and I are here, and my in-laws kind enough to be watching our two sons. So we got a handful of restaurants that we can hit in the the 6 nights that we're here. And Doug, Jackson took you to one of his favorite restaurants yesterday, and what a treat it was. Martin, what a treat this was. Jackson, tell the audience where you took Doug.
Pollo Tropical. It's like a
like chain.
Yeah, it's like an island Chipotle.
It's like the chain that was on that show Breaking Bad. That
Los
chicken
Pollos
restaurant.
Hermanos.
Yeah.
Island
Gustav?
Chipotle.
It was so when I was at Florida Gulf Coast.
He gets a chance to come down to Jupiter, and he goes to it.
It was a popular spot when I was down living in Fort Myers. I really loved it, and I haven't been back in time, and I wanted to go. Doug was cool with it. And
I didn't know where we were going.
I
took your word for it.
I thought it was good.
Doug,
I had 2 grilled chicken. I said, my fork in half.
Doug told me at the Publix, he said, I didn't have the heart to tell Jackson, but it was terrible.
No. He's wrong.
He's wrong.
Wasn't
Wow.
good.
He's wrong.
Wrong.
He was applying too much pressure, and he was cutting against the grain. You got to cut with
That's
the grain,
Martin.
on chicken. It's like chipping. And
a little dry.
I had a great experience.
You're eating with plastic
forks. There weren't
forks.
too many people in there speaking English, but that's okay.
It's okay.
And I thought it was great.
Well, there is nothing like seeing the media eat.
I enjoy it. Come back.
Well, I was thinking we got that out of the way.
That out of the way.
I'll listen to you guys. You guys have been down.
Go Tuesday, Rocco's Tacos tomorrow. You're welcome to join me and my wife and Doug. They make the guacamole tableside.
Oh,
let's go, Doug. I want to go.
To do.
Tacos.
There's a couple of
Right
really
on
nice
PGA.
lunch places just right around the corner from here.
Should we go there today?
Yeah.
All right. I'm in your hands, Doug.
Probably doing leftovers tonight or River House. And Doug, you'd be excited about this. Last time I ate there, I saw Eric Trump.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Huh,
He was
I guess
cheered and booed as he was walking in and out with his wife.
Swift.
Does that happen to people in St. Louis at a restaurant? Tim, do you get booed and cheered?
I get booed. I get no cheers.
You go into the
actually.
Hive and they boo?
Who to pick up the...
So I tell you guys,
Eric and Lara line at River House. Yeah, and it was he was cheered and booed as he walked in and out.
Down here.
He said to Doug was, Doug, you staying in the Mar-a-Lago?
Love to. Absolutely love to.
You know, our HVAC is working fine at our little abode, Jackie's abode. But if it didn't, I might call Seth Goldcamp to come all the way down here. They would. They're that good, Doug.
Yeah.
The service.
They would service
They'll
Mar-a-Lago
fix your
too.
garage. And the furnaces this week, unfortunately, we're not going to do that media thing where you rub it in people's face like, "Ooh, it's warm down here. It's sunny," because I know it's going to be cold. It's going to be a rough week back home. My wife was reminding me the other day they're going to be dealing with some snow. So if you're having furnace issues, what do? Go to designairservice.com. That is the website to reach Seth Goldcamp and his team. His family has been doing this since 1904. In addition to being a great company that you can count on, they're also the longest-running TMA supporter, longest-running advertiser of this show. Of course, they bring you the email of the day. Website, real simple, designairservice.com for all your HVAC needs year-round, especially this week. If the furnace acts up, I know it's going to be a cold, snowy week. Keep our friends at Design Air in mind.
Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of our email of the day. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna online at evergreenstl.com, or you can call them at 314-889-0503. Loyal sponsor, loyal listener of the program, Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from the Cardinal Spring Training in Jupiter, Florida. And we will take a commercial break, come back with more of CarStar and Sumner One's spring training coverage here on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
This is the Morning After from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN.
Brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One.
TMA 101 ESPN Live. Spring Training in Jupiter, Florida. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you. Our spring training coverage brought to you here on 101 and the TMA STL YouTube channel by CarStar and Sumner One. And the Cardinals are out on the field in workout mode as we speak. Ali Marmol dropped by the picnic table, but it was just to say hello. And Jackson, you said you thought he was going to do your job for you.
Well, he was coming. He was approaching the dais.
It's not easy to approach this dais, Doug.
No, very intimidating.
I thought if you were going to approach the dais that the next step would then just be grab a headset and say a couple of things. I did not think that he was just going to flat out say no.
Sounds like you need the Buzz Williams journalism speech. Write it down.
I'm just trying to provide value, and I feel like I'm failing everybody.
It's fine. Chairman, if you could find, it's online somewhere, Buzz Williams, 4 things in life that the journalism students needed to know, and then he made sure they wrote it. If you get a chance to find that, I want to share that. Mostly I just want to share it with Jackson. Lessons in life from Buzz Williams.
Yeah, I'm not classically trained in journalism. You know
okay.
that?
And you're part of the Hadley tree? Okay.
He was who originally hired me, certainly. Oh, there you go, big boy. And you off the keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Billikens, Jackson, they were not able to get it done on Friday night. Gibbs and Jimerson got hurt, and they will now try to bounce back at home tomorrow night, taking on George Mason.
Oh, that's right, top of the A10.
That's all right. That's exactly right. If you are interested in seeing the boys play, you can get into Chaffetz and enjoy the festivities tomorrow night, and you can get some great tickets for the festivities inexpensively at Chaffetz Arena for the game tomorrow night. Tuesday, 7 p.m., George Mason currently in first place in the Atlantic 10 standings. Billikens taking on George Mason. George Mason tickets starting at $10 in the 200 level and $20 for the 100 level. For tickets, go to slewbillikens.com. Again, tickets start at $10 in the 200 level and $20 for the 100 level. For tickets, go to slewbillikens.com. There it is, Billikens and George Mason getting it on. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. It is the Morning After here on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Martin, you went to Effort. Brian, how did that go?
Oh, I invited Brian Bart. I said you could have some fun talking to NBA. He said, okay, so I want to kind of ease into the week. So I think he's on the docket.
What do you think that means, Doug?
It's on the docket for later. No, he's been with the team forever.
Long time.
And has been the PR man, but he has been supportive of the show, which he enjoys Jackson's NBA talk, which will make Brian a divisive figure now on the text line because he supports the NBA. I was watching the pregame on Fox, and Michael Strahan interviewed Saquon Barkley, a couple of former Giants and all. And at the end of the interview, they're on the back of a boat, like on the river down in New Orleans. He just kind of gets up, and the interview ends, and they just like a big hug and and I thought, well, maybe that's how we should start ending.
Dapping up the guys after
like a big embrace.
You going to dap them up?
I didn't even think of that.
Is that the way? If you'd done that to Earl Weaver, he wouldn't have been so banty.
No, I was getting close to him after 3 attempted tries and fails.
So you think you should be dapping up the players?
Well, I'm just wondering, because Strahan got up, big bear hug on Saquon Barkley. I thought, boy, there's not a lot of interviews you see that end that way. When Brett Baer finishes with Donald Trump, there isn't a big bro hug, and there's no comp for that. So
you think you have to be a former player for such things to go down?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
So. But Doug hit a home run off Tom Seaver.
Yeah, think about that, Mark.
I did.
Okay.
In ballroom dance with Walter Payton. That's as close as I've come to the bro hug.
Okay. Well, let's throw that at these fellas.
Should I offer to dance with some of the players?
Yeah, you could.
If you don't want to come on, I can just dance with you.
We've reached the point of the day where my 4th layer of sunblock is now dripping into my left eyeball properly.
And you can't see
Here come the waterworks, gentlemen.
Oh, you're going to start getting emotional?
Probably so.
Do you think pants were the right idea today?
That'll shave 3 strokes off your game.
Well, you've always tried to get me out of my pants.
How is that a
thing? The problem was with my eyeball.
Is that really a thing, that if you wear pant, you actually are a better golfer?
Jackson, I know he went to school for golf, and you would confirm that you're taught that?
I hated that. They would make you wear pants at some of these courses, and it was ridiculous. Pants out there, it's hot in hell.
That's what I'm thinking down here. Some of these clubs probably require pants, don't they?
I don't know. That's kind of gone by the wayside. Places requiring you to wear pants. There's only a handful of places that make you do. I don't even know if there's a place in St. Louis that makes you do that.
Ruth Park, home of the Fivesome. John Rothstein, a listener, sent this in as a text. Buy stock in the Billikens at plus 10,000 to win the A10. How about that? Jackson,
well, that's what their whole season's coming down to. We've known that for a while.
The A10 regular season, actually.
Oh, regular season?
Yeah, how about that?
Wow.
Yeah.
I need a Jimerson update first.
Yeah, that's a main key, because if you don't have him, then no, I'm shorting that play.
You're shorting the play of plus 10,000. Yeah. I was looking to live bet the Chiefs last night, and the number before it got out of hand. But even I think at 24-0, they were still only plus 560, and I'm thinking to myself,
terrible.
My God.
I mean, some of that.
That'd be an all-time moment. I mean, I realize you always will have the 28-3 thing with the Patriots and Falcons, but God almighty. To not even get 6-1 on your money. That was a surprise to me.
Yeah, I mean, the basketball team being down 12 in the second half, you might get plus 560 on the number. To get 24-0 in the Super Bowl like that?
I think there was the expectation that the Chiefs would come back, even though there was, all evidence to the contrary. Never a sweat. Ladies and gentlemen, and we are approaching 10 o'clock in St. Louis. It is TMA broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal spring training coverage here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You are welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Our spring training coverage brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update. Philadelphia may have won the Super Bowl, but it wasn't all hugs and kisses in the city of brotherly love, as in the association, the Bucks got the best of the Sixers last night, 135-127. Damian Lillard with a season-high 43 points in the victory. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive.
We back? We good? We good? We on? Chairman, we live? Chairman, we live? All right. All right.
It is TMA 101 ESPN. Show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are live from Cardinal Spring Training. And Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at approximately 10:50. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, what would you like to tell us about?
I'd like to tell you about Stiefel. You know, they're one of the sponsors of the St. Louis Cardinals. They throw their name all around the city. Wonderful company in St. Louis. They're also the new sponsor of the TMA Dossier.
Yeah, Jackson's Dossier.
Right. We want to make sure we say that right. Also, they want to make sure that people say the name of the company correctly. It's been around forever, but still they hear people saying Stuffel and Staffil and Stiefel. I mean, it is Stiefel. That's what it is. It's Stiefel, and it's been Stiefel since 1890. When the company was founded in downtown St. Louis, and they're still headquartered there today. Stiefel is proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stiefel helps clients in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stiefel also banking, lending, and trust services, and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stiefel has you covered. And they're also one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. And no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one, Stiefel and TMA, where success meets success. Has a wonderful ring to it.
There it is. Stiefel sponsor the Dossier. And on the Dossier, what happened the last night? What are these Philadelphia fans? What's the background on this, Jackson?
I believe Chairman Kirk cut some fans in New Orleans, Chairman.
Was there a scuffle?
Was there
no scuffle. Just kind of a woman on the street interview, checking in with some of the excited fans. It's a short clip, but it's not bad.
All right. Well, we'd love to hear it.
What'd you say? Who am I talking to? Who has the bird man? How are you? How you feeling?
Yeah, fired up. Sounds like they're pretty fired up.
Okay.
Put some Eagles fans, Doug, on the streets of New Orleans. Here's what it sounds like.
That's amazing. Okay, we've done our journalism.
In the polls in New Orleans last night, so people can
is that right?
hop up on them. Yeah, I think with Philly being in the building, they only climb those polls.
A uni observation during the game. I said to Jackson, it's been discussed. The Eagles at one point shifted their color, and that green they have now is kind of like a metallic green, but I really like it.
Yeah, it was a good-looking uniform.
Jackson, how do you feel about the uniforms? You have your uniform account on Twitter that so many people love.
I love the Eagles uniforms. I think those are really good.
Because they used to be more of a kind of almost a Kelly greenish.
Well, that's their famous throwbacks.
Right, but I'm saying when they switched it actually, because a lot of times they switch unis, it doesn't work. I think that metallic green is pretty solid.
I think it's solid. I think the Kelly green that they've reintroduced to like the throwbacks are awesome. I don't like the Chiefs uniforms, and honestly, I don't like it one bit. I never have.
Wow, this guy's loaded for bear. It's unbelievable.
Doesn't like it one bit.
Now, once he says that, he means business, and that's Jackson Burkett.
I thought the Chiefs uniform, I've never thought that they were any good. I've never liked them. Especially
you would like them more with the yellow pant?
No, I don't like a yellow pant. I don't like a yellow
what
pant.
About Green Bay Packers? What about the Missouri Tigers? They never lose wearing gold pants. Clear eyes gold pants can't lose.
When was the last time they even wore gold pants?
Who are we talking about?
Missouri? I haven't seen them wear gold pants.
Look it up. They should. They should. But the Chiefs have worn basically the same uniforms for 60 years now.
And that's fine, but like I also don't think the Packers have great uniforms either. Like just because they're classic doesn't mean that they're good.
Oh.
Now, just because it's new doesn't mean it's good either.
No,
it's a sliding scale. But no, I don't think the Chiefs have any decent uniforms.
Did K-Dot have a Florida coat? What was his coat?
I don't think it was a Florida coat.
I was trying to spell what he was wearing.
No, he's wearing Deion Sanders sneakers. I saw that. Okay. Pretty cool.
And then he had an A minor necklace to kind of get the joke out there.
It's a big chain with a lowercase a, which I believe was an A minor reference. Yeah.
Okay.
Why do they call him K-Dot?
That was his original rap name. It was K-Dot, and then he changed it to Kendrick Lamar.
No reason behind that?
Back in the section, his mixtape Section 80, about 15 years ago. It was K-Dot.
Okay.
I will say, when you have an entertainer on that I'm not that familiar, my kids listen to Kendrick Lamar, so I've heard the diss track and those songs. But if you have someone on there that you're not all that familiar with, it can kind of win you over. For me, like, I didn't know a lot about Bruno Mars, but I really enjoyed him, like when he played, and I thought, I kind of like Bruno Mars.
Yeah, he's
so
fantastic.
you probably had most people, either they loved Kendrick Lamar beforehand, and they were excited to see him, or some of the olds who didn't know who he was and didn't care for it one bit. My question is, do you think did he pull some folks in maybe that weren't familiar or weren't a fan, and now they're like, okay, now I'm on board? Because I think you can do that with a halftime show.
Maybe. I think if you don't know Kendrick at this point, and I don't think that performance was going to get you listening to a lot of.
So you didn't like the performance?
I loved it. I thought it was great, but I think it's like, if you don't like if you don't like rap music, you wouldn't like Kendrick, you know. And so and he's been around 10, 15 years now. So at this point, if
there's no new audience for him,
I think you either like him or you don't. Or you don't know anything about him. And if that's the case, you're probably not jumping on the bandwagon unless you like rap music. Then maybe. But if you're not into rap music, you probably just don't like Kendrick. That seems to be the case.
I am impressed with the choreography. I mean, when it's 400 people dancing, they must spend months just in a warehouse somewhere just practicing all those moves.
Absolutely.
And then apparently one of the dancers grabbed a flag at the end and hopped on top of the car, and it had a Somalia.
I thought that was a protester that was taken out.
Well, no, it was a dancer.
Really?
Yeah, that was, and they said
I didn't know that part of the story.
No, it was somebody who was a performer in the dance group.
Wow, really?
That had a flag that said Gaza, Somalia, Sudan,
yeah,
and held it up. And the NFL issued a statement about it. And the New Orleans police said, we're looking into what potential charges there might be. They don't know what the crime would be. I don't know that you need to charge them with anything. But Rock Nation, which produced it, said we were unaware of their intentions when they did.
Well, how'd you get a flag out there in the first place without somebody noticing?
I don't know, but apparently it was a person who was a part of the performance.
Wow, I didn't know that. Were you wearing that, Jackson?
No, I had no idea.
I knew about the flag. I didn't know that it was a person who was a part of it. I thought he just ran onto the field. Oh, wow.
No, it was an actual performance because Rock Nation had to say we were unaware of their intent, even though they were part of the performance.
How about that? Jackson, you're sprinting. Where are you going?
Wow. Got activity. There's Brendan Donovan. I saw Mason Wynn went back.
Yeah, he's going to try to get Mason Wynn. Here we go. This is Jackson
Burkett.
Oh, he's going right in front of the scribes, too. I think this is tough.
I think you got to make the win.
Tough.
I think you got to go for Wynn, and then you back your way.
But Wynn went back into the clubhouse.
He went back in. So this is what happened. This is not open.
And Claibs kind of runs things over there. It's like Marty McFly going up to, was that Jennifer Jason Leigh? Or was that Leah Thompson? I get them so confused. But you want to get the athlete one-on-one. So when you get skull pounded, it's your moment and not not
in front of. You don't want to have bullets flying everywhere,
right? Or at the same time, maybe Brendan will feel like, okay, I'll be a nice guy in front of the scribes.
Well, this is kind of like media row. There's the scribes table. Then it's a very small media row. There are 2 stops. So if it's the Super Bowl and you're selling avocados, but you're a Hall of Famer, you make each stop, and you
Jackson
talk about
Jackson just dapped somebody up. He just dapped somebody up. What happened? Some guy came out to see Jackson dap him up.
That was his friend who works with the equipment.
Sweet guy?
I don't think that was
Herb.
Sweet.
You tight with the clubbies?
Yeah.
He's tight with the clubbies.
Those are good people to know. All right, Jackson's. I guess he's going to try to get Brendan Donovan. He's keeping his eye. We haven't seen him approach an athlete. This is a big test. Producer Joe got very comfortable with this. The Plowhawk, Iggy, they got comfortable with it. Jackson's never had to go down this road. So
do you remember that early in your career?
Oh,
going into a professional locker room?
Oh, the thing is, nobody briefed me on the fact that it wouldn't be a pleasant experience. So in this very clubhouse is where I walked up to Mark McGuire in 1998, like thinking, oh, we're both Irish guys. We'll hit it off. He'll want to go out and get a drink with me.
Sure he will. Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, he didn't, actually. It became very clear about 10 feet away from walking up to him that he wanted nothing to do with
That's
me.
on him.
Yeah.
That's all on him.
We paid a stringer one year for the first few days because we were coming down the next week. So Fox 2 paid some guy out of West Palm to go get video and sound. They feed it back. And so the lensman didn't know baseball and didn't know anyway. So he's walking around this clubhouse with a camera, and he goes up and they're like, "Hey, how you doing? What's your name?" Like, he's like Pat Henkin. He's like, "Hey, how you feeling about the team? How you looking this year?" Goes up to McGuire.
Oh God!
1,000%, and says, "First things first. Can you just spell your first and last name?"
Oh no.
Swear to you, I wish I could find this tape. It would probably be worth a full day to dig around to find it. He goes, my name? And he goes, yeah, John Holmes. And the guy goes, could you spell it? Sure. Johnholme. Okay, John, if you could just tell me about the season. What are you looking at this year? We probably should have had our credentials revoked for the year based on that.
Oh, that is outstanding.
However, he did give the guy the interview, unlike you and me,
exactly.
swatted into the top row.
Oh, my
Sometimes ignorance is bliss.
Oh, that's outstanding.
I'm sure when he called our producer, Dave, he's like, okay, I got a couple guys. There's a pitcher named Pat. Manager appears to be somebody named Tony. The real big guy named John Holmes. New to the squad this year.
Oh, my goodness.
It happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email. Today, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett waiting to approach Brendan Donovan. I'm going to opt for a commercial break right here. I think it's the right move, Martin.
Yeah.
I don't feel like Brendan's moving anytime soon. You can watch this play out at youtube.com/TMASTL. It's TMA live from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Carsart and Sumner One.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Cardinal Spring Training coverage here. Brought to you by CarStar and Son and One, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. And Jackson is, I wouldn't. What were you about to do?
Yeah, he's got to go ask one of these guys.
He's heading out to the field.
All right.
But you did, Doug. We watched Jackson.
Well, sure we did.
With his first attempt, and he went to Brendan Donovan and tell the audience how it went.
It went okay. Brendan was very nice, incredibly nice guy. He said time crunch today, but I told him we'd be here all week. He said let's do it sometime later in the week.
He said I'm not dusting you off.
He's not dusting you off. He said he's not dusting us off. He said let's do it. I want to come on later in the week. So
good.
We got Brendan Donovan.
He was
coming
friendly.
up. Yeah.
And you guys felt like you were fast friends.
He was really nice, you know. Kind of.
Right around the same age.
He's a pro.
Yeah, he's very nice.
He didn't take a swing at you or anything?
He didn't.
And he did turn around and head out quickly. He was not.
Yeah, he's not lying.
Because the worst is when they say, I'm kind of tied up, and then you see them like with their phone, their feet are up, eating a banana. You're like, oh, time crunch?
Yeah.
No, I think Brendan Donovan was just running in and running out.
Yeah. So tomorrow the clubhouse opens, so I think tomorrow is a better day.
Oh, it's a field day.
Yeah, for getting players on. So bear that in mind if you're out there listening.
Can I crowdsource?
Doug will let you crowdsource.
Okay.
I will not.
I was going to ask the listeners who they most want to hear from this week.
Arenado.
Okay, other than Arenado.
Remember, I have a game plan for that.
Okay.
Oh, what do you have, ladies and gentlemen? Jackson's game plan.
Squeaky voice and seem very desperate. Like if I don't get this interview, they're going to can me.
What was your voice when you talked to Brendan Donovan?
A little bit more confident, mature, you know. Just kind of guy to guy.
So you're going to go the apathy route.
I think it's the best play.
Okay.
Because if I just ask him normally, I just say no.
I think people would want to hear from Jose Locke, definitely.
Yeah.
Even though they've heard a ton from him over the years, I think a fresh update would be good.
Yeah. I'd like to hear from Wilson Contreras. He's usually pretty open.
Yep,
He
good
usually
guy.
says some things.
I think Newt is a good Arenado angle because they're pretty tight.
Yeah. Let's see. People are texting in. Want to hear from Jordan Walker. That's from the president of Special Projects, not the vice president.
Okay.
The Jerkwood from Kirkwood wants to hear from Josh, please.
Josh the bad boy? The Jerkwood from Kirkwood? Is he new?
Yeah,
Jackson,
that was a recent addition.
Can we get John Holmes on the air? That's from Vitali's Heat Rash.
Is he still with us?
That's a good question.
I'm going to find out.
This is a good one from part-time Nebraska fan. Trying to get Chaim Bloom. Have you seen him today?
I have not seen him.
That's a good play,
no,
part-time Nebraska fan.
I think we've talked about it off air that we would enjoy hearing from him.
What percentage would you put that at?
5%?
More likely than Arenado.
I'll say 6%.
Oh, my gosh.
John Holmes died in 88.
Oh,
Did he really? Gosh. Your stringer should have picked up on that.
Yeah, that should have been his first tell that maybe it wasn't a guy named John Holmes. Also, a lot of times in their locker, it has their name above it.
Yeah.
So sometimes that can help if you're new to the room.
Oh, so you saw Jay Holmes and thought it was John Holmes.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Now, what happens, a youngster like Jackson could get really burned. Let's say Miles Michaelis. Well, you know who he is. Bad example. Let's say Quinn Matthews is sitting in Sonny Gray's locker room. And then you go up and go, hey, Sonny, how you doing? He's like, I'm not Sonny. And your only excuse is, well, you're in his seat. Yeah, so?
I do know what Sonny Gray looks like.
Okay.
Oh, do you?
That one I think I can
Humble
do.
brag. Okay.
That was humble brag.
How about Quinn Matthews? You know what he looks like?
I can figure that out.
I do.
Can you?
Jackson immediately goes to his phone.
He's a good story.
Guys, I'd like to hear from Butch Patrick. That's from Joan Jett's groping hand.
I guess I already nixed that at one time.
Would have been a great surprise guest. Chris Pronger, Keith Kachuk, Fernando Vina, Cal May. Round that out with Butch Patrick.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
I messed up. That's on me.
I'd like to hear from a few adult autograph seekers outside.
There are a couple.
I heard them yelling at Mason Wynn earlier.
I told Jackson, I said, wait till you see this scene.
Oh, my God, I saw it. Mason was walking in. Some guy screaming out, Mason!
They used to drive their cars through that gate, and you had to, as a player, awkwardly go past all of them and not sign or sign a couple. But there used to be a horde of them.
So are they selling that, or are they just collectibles?
I guess that's the concern.
I've driven up there a few times in the past, and 3 or 4 people will approach the car, and they'll look at me and they'll say, "Oh, it's nobody."
How's that make you feel?
It makes you feel.
Oh, it's nobody.
Oh, goodness. Email in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. In 2025, let's start fresh by making your home feel more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft-free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they should, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off the year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of no interest financing. That's 3 years to pay for your windows without a single cent of interest. Plus, if you already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they will beat it. That's their commitment to giving you the best quality and value for your home. Universal's exclusive Super Spacer technology ensures your windows perform better, last longer, and keep your home at a consistent, comfortable temperature all year round. Plus, every window is backed by their true lifetime warranty, coverage for as long as you own your home, and 20 additional years for the next homeowner. Don't wait for the winter weather to do more damage to your home or your wallet. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Text into the program, 314-399-9646. And then you can also participate in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. 344 people are in there talking it over right now. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by CarStar and by Sumner One from Jupiter, Florida. Live spring training coverage on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.
Now, more of TMA from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN.
Brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. We are live from Cardinal Spring Training on 101 ESPN, the 101 ESPN app, which is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Center, and at youtube.com/TMASTL. Behind us, you can see the Marlins getting ready for a barbecue. As you think they're going pulled pork?
I'll have the pulled pork,
football
please.
with the Marlins player.
There's a lot of propane tanks.
They were spinning it around.
Doug's concerned about the propane tanks. There's 2 large propane
They're
tanks.
giant tanks. If those things go up, we're all going to catch some shrapnel, I'm telling you.
The Marlins always have a loose camp. It's kind of the theme down there. I kind of know where they are.
What do you think the media's doing down there?
Not covering them. They could drive up 2 hours and they still pass.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like they could stay at their homes back in Miami.
They still pass.
Probably all in on that Four Nations with the Kachuk, Matthew Kachuk playing.
They're covering that.
Jimmy Butler's gone.
Yeah.
Probably some highlight tournaments. They're like, what about the Marlins? Yeah, we got that highlight tournament.
They're going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That comes your way here. Oh, Martin, I would tell you in about 20 minutes, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. What do you want to tell me about? You want to tell me about something I can tell you to.
Well, I think we've talked about most of my friends here.
Jackson told me you had somebody you wanted to tell me about.
Our friends from Together Credit Union.
Oh, Together Credit. I did not see that on the list. The Jackson,
they've been good
was that on the
friends, too.
Jackson list? Love Together Credit Union, and for a number of reasons. And to honor Claibs, I'd like to say, for a number of reasons. And in 2025, Together Credit Union has launched the brand new high-yield checking account called Empower Checking. We've empowered Jackson down here to kind of do some journalism.
Trying.
It's all about empowerment. Empower Checking, where you can earn above-market interest on the money that you keep in your day-to-day checking account. Interest paid to you each month. It's a checking account that rewards you for balances, not activity. It's real simple. Go to togethercu.org or stop by any of the 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. Together Credit Union. Remember, it started in the shadows of the brewery, Eagle Credit Union. Now it's grown. 14 area locations. Together Credit Union, St. Louis based. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Visit togethercu.org. Empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
There it is. I have been retweeted from the Jeff Jones tweet about Nolan Arenado showing up here at the ball yard. And they're monitoring the situation in Boston quite closely. Nolan Arenado is reported at Cardinal camp early. Cardinal position players not scheduled to report until February 17th. So they're wondering in Boston what that means. I think they really do want Arenado in Boston. I think they don't think they're getting Bregman, and they feel like they need that right-handed bat. So I feel like that is a place where he is really, really wanted.
By the organization? I mean,
by the fan base. By the fan base. I don't know about their president talked last week about how they really needed to add a right-handed bat. And I think that the fan base is excited about the idea of Arenado and being able to hit in that ballpark and improve the defense and also have the monster 300. What is that? 312 feet down the line there?
It's not very far. I'm sure they probably think they have all the leverage on the Cardinals, and they'll wait until they don't have to pay so much and give up very little in return.
So the Cardinals' moves this offseason, or intended moves, was to sort of get younger, right? We talked about that with Claibs, and he agreed that the surprise was probably there by the Cardinals when Contreras and Gray wanted to stick around.
Yeah.
Service time entering 2025 on the Cardinals roster. The top service time is Nolan Arenado, 11.1. Who do you think's next on the?
I saw this on my
Gray. Sonny Gray.
Sonny Gray.
That's where I would have gone.
He's right there, and then it's a crapshoot. As far I don't think you guys will get it.
It's not Michaelis.
Is that your guess?
No, I guess that'd be my guess.
I think that's a nice play, Doug.
Yeah.
I would.
Steven Matz.
Oh,
Steven Matz is third.
Okay.
And he's only been around 9 years, so it's not a terribly.
Contreras.
Then Contreras, then Michaelis, because Michaelis spent time overseas.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm saying is, if you look at that, it's not a very veteran group. You just go down after Halsey's in this 5-year range. Nick Anderson, Eric Fetty, 5-year range. So it's not a very veteran, even though they didn't get rid of those older players. Just think if they had done Arenado, Gray, Contreras, you'd have an unbelievably young roster.
It would have been very Marlins-esque. There'd be a barbecue down here.
Oh, then we'd have a barbecue.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
People think we exaggerate. They really are setting up like a band and like propane. Maybe it's for executives or season ticket holders, in theory.
Yeah.
If that's a thing.
Doug, you were wondering what the point of the Super Bowl performances was. Joe Pampliano has just tweeted.
Okay.
Kendrick Lamar has gained 1 million Instagram followers since last night's halftime show and just announced that he has added a European leg to his upcoming tour.
Oh, God.
He's got a movie coming out with Trey Parker and Matt Stone of South Park fame.
Yep.
Really?
It's coming out this summer. Yeah, people know nothing about it. Like, there haven't been any details released out, but they have a release date.
Well,
Big year for Kendrick.
So I was saying, maybe you could pick up some new followers.
Maybe I'm off, but well, Instagram followers is different than like someone's going to go listen to Pimp a Butterfly in its entirety.
Jackson won thousands on the Gatorade, Tim. It was yellow.
I told you guys that there was value.
Yeah, you had inside word.
Well,
this guy's got inside word.
No, there's value, and you get both yellow and green. That's two massive flavors right there that you get in combination. Purple has been like the winner recently. I like the Gatorade bath.
Well, let me tell you something. The first edition of the Spread Zone with me, Riz, and Anthony Stalter.
Ice cold.
Just an absolute dumpster fire.
Oh, no.
all three of us took the Chiefs. I loved the under. I still feel like my process was correct there, but it got blown up by the Chiefs just scoring cosmetic points there at the end. But either way, hey, you know what? You either win or you lose. And we lost. Now, I think Riz was on the over. But as far as the 6 possible plays, teams and totals, we went 1-5. So the Spread Zone, Doug, off to a nice little start.
Right.
Now, the prop that I gave the audience of 285 total rushing yards and taking the under on that still strikes me as like too good to be true. Because even if Barkley would have run for 175 himself, I don't know who on the Chiefs. And again, the quarterbacks factor into it. Hurts wound up with more rushing yards than Barkley.
That's crazy.
I loved Butker with over 1.5 field goals. That never happened. Just ice cold. Yeah. Just really ice cold.
Sets a good tone for the show, though.
It does.
People
know
know
what to expect. To fade us.
Do you still trust the process?
I trust the process on my under. And Joel Embiid.
He's got to do some more trusting. that fella. I mean, he goes out there and lumbers around.
He said he might have more knee issues.
Poor
fella.
He just.
And your guy Anthony Davis made his debut for the Mavs, but had to leave and may now be out for a while.
A little abductor strain, yeah. Might be out indefinitely. Who knows?
Oh, that'll make that trade go over even more.
He's not really my guy.
I'm kidding.
Well,
he's in the NBA. I lump everybody in the NBA as your guy.
Not the case. I'm not Dylan Brooks' guy.
Who is your guy?
Tatum. Hometown guy.
Okay.
That's my guy. And he was cooking the other night.
I'll take your Tatum text.
Stephen A. Smith this morning, Doug, you were wondering what his take would be. He says Patrick Mahomes' GOAT conversation is over for now.
Oh, there it is.
Well, that's probably
he's
not
27, 28, and he's won 3 Super Bowls?
That's right.
Okay.
That also was written by Mike Sando at The Athletic. The second Patrick Mahomes interception right before halftime of a Super Bowl that was already slipping away left no doubt about what the Chiefs must do to stabilize a dynasty shaken by the Eagles in the Superdome. We'll get to that soon enough, but with Kansas City suffering a 40-22 defeat to spoil its shot at the first Super Bowl three-peat, the Pick Six column begins with counterintuitive proclamation. This defeat actually draws Mahomes' Chiefs closer to Tom Brady's New England Patriots in the dynasty department. Both quarterbacks lost Super Bowls as favorites to end their 7th seasons as starters. Both squandered historic opportunities that could have set them apart. For Brady, it was the perfect season wrecked by Eli Manning's New York Giants. For Mahomes, it was the elusive three-peat buried under a green sea of Eagles pass rushers. How about that, Doug?
I wouldn't say he squandered the opportunity. I would say he was running for his life with each snap. They all play about the same when they're flat on their back.
Yeah.
He didn't have a prayer to have a big game. He didn't have a chance.
But in the power rankings, Doug, the Eagles are number 1. I mean, the Chiefs are number 1. The Eagles are number 4. They just won the Super Bowl, but they're number 4 in the power rankings at ESPN.
I liked when they brought Mike Pereira on when it was really late in the game, and they were asking him questions about like a late hit, and he was just like, "Yeah, no, I don't think he hit I think he hit him in the face. I don't know. He basically was like, "Why are you asking me this?"
Well, there's one. They went to him and he wasn't there, and I said, "Even he is checked out."
I'm telling, why? I know why they have to go to him, and it's what they do. But he seems so uninterested. And clearly, this is the last kind of week of his job.
But how could
does he do UFL stuff? Maybe
How
he
could
does.
anyone blame Mahomes for what happened when he had almost zero time to throw ever? They didn't blitz one time, the Eagles, so I'm sure receivers were blanketed by two men everybody was looking for, and he had no time. How can you blame that on
He
the
took it
quarterback?
hard. I saw where he said, "I let everyone down." I'm like, I agree with you that I don't know that he could have done. He made some bad
They had the
decisions.
run
Did
game.
not play well, but he obviously was under incredible duress.
If they had some run game, they could have mixed things up. But yeah, he was just dropping back and getting eaten up by Jalen Carter and those guys.
That early flag where they overruled the A.J. Brown catch,
Yeah,
it
right.
clearly favored the Chiefs. I thought, oh, my God, here we go. This is not that the league is up, but that we'll just hear about it. Here we go. That's going to be the narrative. Well,
And they made up for it and then some with a
Yes.
couple of calls later. Dallas Goddard one.
Yeah, that was garbage.
That was bad. And that was on that was 3rd and 5. And I had another one where the Eagles were 3rd and 25, and they got a late hit penalty from Nick Bolton that pushed them to a first down.
just too many flags in general. Just cuts into
They
that.
had to make up for it when they had the 4th down, A.J. Brown, and they absolutely did. And that was huge because the Eagles would score on that drive. And by the way, Jackson and I were talking about this. I was observing this with my wife while we were watching the game at the Brass Ring last night, and then before coming over to visit with you gentlemen at your
mansion,
hot tub city, that had the Dotson touchdown held up, had you bet $100 on that, Jackson, it was paying 85 to 1.
Oh, my God. I mean, that's got to be one of the last ones on the board.
That was the early touchdown where it looked like he scored.
Yeah,
they overruled,
knee
said his
down.
knee was down,
Yeah, 'cause
which is no fun for anyone. It looked like a touchdown. It felt like a touchdown. Like, oh, take another look.
I guess guys who bet Jalen Hurts to score the first touchdown are going
And a
nuts.
lot of people did, as you
Yeah.
can imagine.
How many people are dancing around? Dotson, yes.
You know what a popular
Wait a
bet
minute.
was first touchdown scorers, jersey number under 50 and a half. Because he would have got Mahomes, Hurts, Pacheco, and
Worthy.
Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
So you had and A.J. Brown, too, and Devonta Smith.
That does sound a bit like derelict gambling. Like,
Well, that's the Super Bowl.
What are you betting on? The number, uniform number.
That's the Super Bowl, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's going to be coming your way in a matter of moments. And then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Cardinal Spring Training. It's brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101ESPN.com or on the 101 app. Brought to you by Ted Drew's, serving original frozen custard since 1929. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues with a little break here for the Four Nations tournament. They'll be back in action on February 22nd, taking on the Winnipeg Jets, and then following it up the next day, taking on the Colorado Avalanche on the 23rd. This was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We're back to TMA 101 ESPN from Cardinal Spring Training live in Jupiter, Florida, brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. If you missed anything, go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. You can enjoy the program anytime you would like, and plus you can watch it on YouTube. You can go back and watch it. Doug, will you go back and see how you did today?
I'll watch all of it again and break down segment by segment how you guys did, how I did, how we can be better.
Yeah, you always send me those notes.
Yeah.
My teasing.
It's what you have to do if you're going to maintain broadcasting excellence.
What's your room number? We'll slide it under the door. That Andy Murray used to put the note in an envelope and just under the door.
I'm in 6.
And then some players would, like Jamie Rivers said, he would push it back while they're pushing it in.
Tim McKernan, room 6.
I'm in room 6. The Colorado Rapids are staying where I'm staying, and I guess they're getting ready for the doggies.
Opening night, yeah, don't act like you don't know. Opening night for City SC is against the Colorado Rapids. It's really a chance for us to stick it to Kroenke once again.
That's right, yeah.
Maybe Demoff will be there overseeing the Rapids, and that's on February 22nd, so about a week and a half out. So they're probably doing some training down there.
You fired up, Martin?
Yeah, can't you tell? Olaf brings his style of game.
And what style would that be?
Well, he's going to keep it similar to what they did, but they're going to do it better.
Okay.
Okay.
I see. Yeah, I didn't understand it before, but I certainly do now.
Yeah. Michael has been doing the same thing for 30 years. And why? Because it works. Michael's Flooring. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion's flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much in supply of. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this rubs off on the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. Check out Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com. 3 easy to get 2 locations in the St. Louis area, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters, and online at igotfloored.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Martin, you get a chance to vote. What a treat.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Oh, you're not looking forward to it.
More that was the bet of a top. Sincerely, Burning Drip Mushroom Tip.
What in the world? Burning Drip Mushroom Tip with a poor email.
Making fun of our broadcast.
Making fun of us
now.
knocking off the air at one point.
No, brother.
You want to fight him, don't you?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Tom. I'm going to put him on my dance
going
card.
after Doty.
Doty does.
Doty
hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? Drippy, whatever. Squabble up.
Yeah, there you go, Martin.
There you go.
See, Martin's picking up on it.
I had 6 sliders, 2 bowls of Rotel meaty cheese sauce, some wingy, and tiny pea-peas wrapped in bacon and brown sugar. Let's just say I was very horny. My boyfriend, a certain former four Fox Sports announcer, is out of town right now. Let's just say I had to take matters into my hands. The weather looks nice down there, boys. Keep your hands off my boy. And yeah, Jackson, I'm talking to you. The hot tub is not a brothel. It's from Tiny Pee-Pee.
I'll be darned. Tiny Pee-Pee.
Is Rotel dip one of the heaviest, one of the fattiest?
It's good for you, isn't it?
It's one of the just the heaviest things you can eat in your life. Just cheese sauce and peppers and beef.
Oh.
It's like it doesn't move through your veins real well.
I imagine it would just stop your veins from working.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jordan.
Jackson's now at the point where he just says hi to the Cardinal players as they walk past. That's a good step.
As if they're friendly.
Like trying to establish a relationship early.
By saying hi while you're on the...
Quietly, too, so they can't hear it.
Yeah, exactly.
I felt like you kind of whispered that. Yeah, what's up, John?
I asked Miles Michaels about
You know, you're like 3 years older than him.
I know, it's really humbling.
No.
Hey, Jordan. Hi, guys.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. St. Louis Chiefs fans are crying today. Suck it, East Kansas City. Respectfully horny. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
What a treat to see you boys in short pants down in sunny Florida this morning. I was scraping frost off my windshield in 20-degree weather at 7 a.m. while you guys were telling stories with your microphones muted. I must say it was a curious decision to use a 1993 AOL dial-up modem to stream the YouTube feed. I really like how I was able to listen for 10 seconds in a row before the stream froze up like Mitch McConnell at a press conference. Maybe by Friday you'll get those pesky audio issues ironed out. It's probably no coincidence that the full squad workouts don't start until next Monday. Cardinal Brass probably doesn't want you guys present at the same time as the actual players. My favorite part of today's show was the maintenance worker fixing the air conditioning unit on the roof who kept looking down at you guys with visible disdain. Even from 200 feet away, he can tell you guys are talentless freeloaders taking advantage of a free trip to Florida. He actually reminded of those guys who used to show up with the world's loudest leaf blowers and lawnmowers at Tim's rental home in the old days. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Death, taxes, and TMA audio issues at spring training. Classic go to bat. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
I didn't like him going after Doty, but Doty was laughing harder than anyone, so I think it's okay.
Happy Monday, gents. Hope you're enjoying the weather down yonder. Speaking of down yonder, can we get an additional camera set up under the table? All you cute boys in shorts has us clamoring for more. See, Doty's going to do it. Can't tell if my favorite part of the show is Jackson nervously looking around to try and get some guests.
That's right.
Watching the dais roast in the sun with an open tent directly behind him all show. Or Ollie coming over and just immediately walking out on you guys.
Yeah.
I heard he had to do some onboarding, so it checked out. Watching Jackson this week will be like watching a young star in a breakout season. But KG is the real hero doing the Lord's work back home, dealing with all the weirds in the chat. Can't wait for Friday when Martin will show us his new tan lines. Enjoy that weather, boys. That's from the YouTube chat.
The YouTube chat.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Missouri Chiefs, who might be more popular in St. Louis than our sinking ship baseball franchise that you guys are down there covering, got blown off the field.
I'm not going to allow that. Hold on, where's my Cardinal hat?
By the Eagles in a proper late 80s, early 90s style NFC ass whooping that no amount of sus officiating could overcome. St. Louis and John Hamm looked like a carpetbagging ass as he introduced the Chiefs and was rightfully called out by his friends on the Bill Simmons podcast. Oh, I didn't know that. I was listening to that this morning. I haven't gotten that far, I guess. Steve Spagnuolo looked like the same in-over-his-head doofus that we all remember as he watched his team fall behind 5 touchdowns on a 46-yard bomb. The Super Bowl halftime show for once trolled a celebrity who allegedly preys on minors instead of celebrating them, as K-Dot had the Superdome crowd chanting the lyrics to Not Like Us with Serena Williams crip walking all over Spag's 4 pillars. But I think the lead is that a beat writer who is too woke for Twitter is reporting that Nolan Arenado is already at spring training. Jeff Jones taking shrapnel out of nowhere.
It's the blue sky move. People don't like.
God bless you guys for trying to build up Libby Jack's confidence before he tries to approach Cardinals for interviews like he's Mikey at Swingers.
Double down Trent.
But you know Arenado will be the one who asks, what do you drive? And Libby Jack is going to cower and reply, a Mini Cooper. It's right. I drive a Mini Cooper. And that'll be the end of that. Oh, and there's an image of the whole thing, too.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
It'd be really odd if he asked me what car I drive.
Okay, got to go now. I need to tell no talent dope Dan Orlowski to piss up a rope. That's from Buck Swope. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Show me what you got, little mama. Show me what you got, little lady.
I feel it's between Buck Swope and the JV golf coach. And today I'm going to go for the JV golf coach.
Same.
JV golf coach has just shipped the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. What a nice win for the JV golf coach. It's always nice to try to, and when you're Tiger, you want to go up against Phil, and that's when those two goes heads up. It's fun to watch, isn't it, Doug?
Great times.
Very similar to Tiger and Phil.
Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Thank you to Doty for all of the work. I guess we're going to be in a tent tomorrow. That's the plan.
Is that right? In a tent proper?
Yeah, like a circus tent.
I'm headed to Walmart.
You did a tent, which will help with the iPad overheating. Boy, I'm telling you. Doug been coming down here since '98. I think this is the hottest it's ever been on February 10th.
Wait till we're all inside a tent. See how hot that gets.
Hot men in tents.
An open tent.
Yeah. We're not going camping.
Well, if you don't like it, Doug, you can sit outside the tent.
Well, you're talking about a canopy, though, not a tent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
A converted tent.
Yeah, that's right. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Thank you to Chairman Kurt back there for holding down the fort. Mike Ryder, executive producer, came in early as well. Very grateful for the help back there, and for everybody at Hubbard Radio for having us down here. For I've determined it's the 16th year TMA has been at spring training.
Right?
And the first time since we did it in 2005, Martin. And I don't know if that was the year that George Kissel.
I believe it's about the 20-year anniversary of me being shushed
by Chris Carpenter.
Yeah. Was it Carpenter that shushed?
It was right over there where those shrubs are over there against the wall.
Proud moment. See the plaque for George Kissel? It was unveiled.
Yes.
There wasn't really a formal announcement to any of us that there'd be a formal announcement.
Chris Carpenter made the informal notification by coming over.
So you were just doing the show and he told you to show?
Well,
he was kind of giving takes.
And Tim and Jim let me twist in the wind. They saw it coming and
That's never been the brand of this program.
And they didn't tell me. And I think I might have had a tap on the shoulder before the Cy Young winner, 6'6", and
how'd that feel?
Right there against the wall.
How'd that feel?
We'll be right back.
Okay, Cardinals going to have a ceremony now.
Can we carry it live? No. Break.
BK and Ferrario up next for Chairman Kurt back there, for Mike Ryder back there as well. Thank you to those boys. For Doty here, for Jackson Burkett, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been the Morning After. It's always presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. This week presented to you by CarStar, and Sumner won our Cardinal Spring Training live from Jupiter, Florida on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
College basketball is on ESPN tomorrow night. Creighton and UConn. Pregame at 7:45. Tip-off at 8. The NCAA plays on 101 ESPN.
You might have heard Doug Voss and Safe Money Radio. His shows have been on several radio stations for many years. Now he can be heard every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. He is super excited to get to the ESPN audience, as he is a huge St. Louis sports